Hi,
Yeah, Vanessa, okay.
nothing much, ancient. How's you?
I'm sick, eh?
Same here, I'm not feeling well. I've got a terrible headache.
Yeah, I think I'm coming down on flu and fever, but yeah, I still need to do the live. People are expecting it.
I literally feel like vomiting right now.
That's not me. So yeah, yeah, we'll be fine though. Are you on meds? Are you taking medication or something?
Nah, I'm not on meds. I'll just take painkillers just for my head.
Okay.
How's you?
All right, so let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's hope. Yeah, on the live today, I'm gonna be really quiet because I don't have the energy. I'm not feeling too well. I'm just going to be. But if it deteriorates, I'll just end it. I'll just end it and move on. We'll do it tomorrow because I don't have. Hello, new. Because I don't have the energy to be backing and forthing today. If the life deteriorates or degenerates rather, I'll just end it once off. Today I don't have the energy.
You mean if people don't join?
No, if it start getting out of hand, people, because you see the topic is quite controversial. If we start getting out of hands, I don't have the energy to call people to order. I'll just end it. I'm not feeling too well, like I said. So I just want to sleep. I should be
Okay.
sleeping now. I should literally be sleeping now. But here I am.
If the father wants the baby and mother doesn't, who decides? If the mother wants the baby and father doesn't, must he be compelled to accept the child? Yo, okay, guys. This argument you're not into. Ngiyibona. Hi, hi. This one is difficult, my friend.
Yeah. So
Kwanina, I will not get involved in this argument for today on a Sunday. Oh,
I'm sure God would have given them revelation to answer this question properly. Neil, go to bed. If I go to bed, I promised you all yesterday that I was gonna come on today and with this topic as well. So yeah, it's very important. We got to keep our promises somehow. So
I the controversy from this topic. Hey, Jesus.
we will move on. We'll move on. Don't worry. At least I'll have moderators on the panel who will check everything, and in my absence, I'm sure things will go well.
Hello,
And I picked
host.
some of
What's
this.
wrong with you? Hello, everyone.
I don't know whether it's fever. I don't know whether it's flu. I'm not sure, but I just know I'm not. I can feel on my face. I was planning to go steam a little. Maybe when the live is on, I'm gonna switch off my camera and just go steam, and just hope that works. But yeah, since yesterday, I could notice
You
I was not
shouldn't you shouldn't steam your face only. You should like steam your whole body.
my whole body.
You know.
I have a shower. I would have done that where I come from. There's a bath there, but I just got here now, and it's only a shower here. I would
Yeah,
have
no,
done.
no, I'm
Just
about to
pray.
take it.
You'll be fine. You'll wake up fine.
You sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, my gosh, the things I do.
If you say so, I'm gonna trust you guys. Anyway, so guys, please feel free to come up. You see, the topic we had today came from yesterday, and then the second question was already in my inbox. Somebody had sent that question to my inbox, wanting us to ask it. So it just fit into the conversation. I put it there, and then I had to flip it as well, um, so that we will be able to weigh both ends of the conversation. So yes, let's keep tapping. Let's get more people in. Please do share, like, and get everyone in. Let's see what we can do.
So, what until what number are we gonna start the convo?
Well, usually I do 5K, I do 10K.
Mm.
We can do 5K today because, yeah, we can do 5K.
But host, how can you say you're sick but you are wearing what you're wearing a you're wearing a belly red shirt?
Because I just came back home. I just got home. That's why the live started a bit late. I just got home. Uh, yeah. And I thought, let me start the live. When the live goes out, when the live continues properly, I'll switch off my camera, do what I need to do in the background, and then continue. And hence, I said if it deteriorates, I'm not even telling anybody, I'm not even informing anybody, I'm just ending the live and I'm sleeping.
You'll be cheesy, hosty. Why are you not wearing a jacket? You'll be cheesy.
Yeah. A jacket, inside.
Like something warm, like even if it's a blanket, you know? Because another thing about Ingela is that it's gonna, it doesn't help that you having a cold and you're cold.
Yeah, I just thought to myself, if you see me on the live now putting on a blanket, and now you're gonna think this guy are they paying Lobola for him? How? Yes. Yo. So,
Yeah,
I
you
still
see,
think you should. Like
you
I feel
see.
like honestly, like the potential of you being worse tomorrow because you
it is.
got cold is like high. Like you don't realize now that you are getting sicker because uzawungena ingcele. So you need to, wear something warm.
I will. Trust me, I'm gonna get on my blanket. So once this live starts, I told you guys, I just got home. I quickly want to come on live. Once it starts, I'm gonna do everything necessary. I'm going in my blanket. I might fall asleep on the live. Hence, I'm saying and I'm emphasizing if it degenerates, I'm just gonna wake up. Oh, guys, tomorrow. End it. I don't have that energy today.
Well,
But
you know
then,
it's
Hello,
gonna get there,
guys.
right?
Snow, how's it? Snow, how's it?
No, I'm good.
Hello.
I've not been on your live in a long time.
Why though?
No, I've been busy, my guy. I've been busy. But like you have such an interesting questions on your topic.
Mm, I do. I do. I do. Are you ready for it tonight?
Um, yeah, I would say yes and no. Because like there is a lot of like this question, the first one especially. Um, to me, I think it is a matter.
Okay. Okay. All right. We'll hear what other
Like,
people have to say.
Yeah, when you get to
yeah.
5K, when you get to 5K
Hi,
likes.
Rose.
Yeah. Let's just keep tapping.
Hello, 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 Benissa. How are you
Let's get
doing
the likes
today?
to 5K, and then we
I'm
can
I'm
open the
feeling like
conversation.
Asian today, man. You know, I don't like to gift, Mister Innocent. I don't like to tap. I like to gift, not tap.
You
I
you'd like
gift. I
to?
don't
Oh,
tap.
It's
you
fine.
like
You
to
can
give,
gift.
not tap.
You can gift.
Yeah.
You can gift. Jerusalem will be tapping whether you be gifting.
But my poor
No, but we
fingers.
can't get to 5K. If I gift, we start the conversation, right?
Hi,
Well,
Bo,
it
mister.
depends on
Patience
what
is
you
a
It's
gift.
not worth
virtue.
it, but it's
It
not
it, it,
worth you.
it,
Okay.
it depends on
Okay.
what you gift.
Okay. Let's see if it opens the doors.
Yeah.
Does
Let's
that
see if it.
open the
No, patience is
doors?
a virtue. This is about principles.
Does that
It
opens the
a
doors?
donut, nah, a donut does not open the door anymore.
But
It doesn't.
why do you put it on your
No,
what do you put it on your goals if you don't want it?
No, not one, not
no,
one,
Hi,
not one,
Bo.
not one.
Okay, let's say okay, two then. Two
Yeah,
then.
Hi,
yeah,
Bo.
yeah. We can negotiate two. That's about sixty
Okay,
no,
points.
cool. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we
Let's
can
no.
do two
continue
donuts.
then.
Yeah, there we go. We can
There you
start the live
go.
now. So yes, while we were
There you
tapping,
go.
we can be talking.
I hope
We can tap and talk. You see,
it took two donuts to open the light.
Jerusalem. If even the Bible says money answered all things. Huh?
Where does it say that?
How? Let me show you where it is in the Bible. Money
Jerusalem,
answered all things.
Jerusalem, Jerusalem. I don't like to tap, right? My fingers get tired, so I rather give than like tap. You get my point?
No, but
Vanessa,
Jerusalem.
you were saying
the tapping
something.
is to help
Vanessa.
the help his life to get like in algorithms or something, right?
Jerusalem, go and
Yeah,
read
yeah, yeah,
Ecclesiastics
yeah.
chapter 10, verse
I will
19.
not be reading
Ecclesiastics
that.
10 19.
There's no such thing in the Bible, I'm sure.
Go and read Ecclesiastics 10 19. You have a Bible with you, Ecclesiastics chapter 10, verse 19. Go and read it.
Lord, I'm even afraid of going to check. It's something along the lines of wealth or something. Let me check.
But the Bible says money answered all things. That one, I don't care what
That does not
context.
exist in scripture no matter what.
Ecclesiastes 10 19. That one, yeah, look at this one. So when he comes and brings donut, we're answering, Baba. We're
Vanessa, you were
answering.
saying something.
No, it's fine, my guy.
No, like you
You
can talk
see,
to me.
you
One time,
see,
like we bob hairs, right?
you
Nah,
see.
you know when
It's
you and
coming
I
up.
bump heads, it's just a matter of 2 seconds, then that's it.
That's it, right? And tomorrow we go drink coffee, and everybody goes home happy.
Lalela, we adults like that.
There we go. I like the attitude. I like that. I like that.
You haven't seen me when I join lives that you're part of, and I'll sit there and listen a bit.
No, I know you there. I know you there, and I see you there, right? Even when you open your lives, I know that you there. I join, but like invincible. I'm not like visible. I'm invincible.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Jerusalem, how far? Oh, okay. You said, oh, there are cones, Baba. There are cones. Okay, guys,
There
we can
we
start this live.
go. There we go,
There,
Jerusalem. There
yeah,
we
there we
go.
go. You see, we're starting already. That's good. That's good. That's
Hmm.
helping us. That's helping
Now
us.
we
Tell me
can
what.
talk Jerusalem. You see, it was easy. Rather than you like making your hand to become painful.
Imagine, imagine, imagine,
She's on and
imagine.
off. She's
She's.
on coffee and then comes back.
I'm sure she's checking
Coffee
her
comes
Bible.
back.
She wants to check her Bible to confirm what I said.
I will never take scripture for such. There's no way
Oh,
scripture would say that.
I have it here. If you want me to read, I can read it out. I have it. I'm not joking with you.
No, I'm 100% sure that there's no such thing.
Okay, Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 19. Jerusalem, you should know the Bible. Listen, do you
Money,
know
money
how?
is what? Money is the way to what?
Listen, it said a feast is made for laughter, wine makes merry, and money is the answer for everything. For in King James Version, it will tell you money answered all things.
Let me see.
I,
Well, reading context though. Reading context.
I don't go to church, guys. I don't read the
Maybe
Bible.
it didn't mean that money opens everything. Maybe it means the greed of people is something that makes
No,
people
like,
open
but
up.
like,
listen,
come
a
on,
No,
feast,
Jerusalem.
reading context though,
a,
the Bible is
Money
never
listen,
supposed to
opens
read.
up
listen. A
everything.
feast is made for laughter. That is it.
Okay.
Wine makes merry, and money is the answer for everything. There's no context you want to put
Yes.
there.
It's
That is what it is.
condemnation. It's condemning money. Because saying okay,
Okay,
What kind of Bible are you
it's
Jerusalem,
reading?
the
Jerusalem.
script
Okay,
itself is
Jerusalem.
condemning money basically.
Okay, like
What kind of
Jerusalem.
Bible are you
Can I
reading,
ask
Bonnie?
you,
What
like,
do you mean it's
okay,
condemning?
like, can I ask you a
Because you have to
question?
read in context, you have to read the Bible in context.
I don't know how to explain to you. What do you mean read the Bible in
Like
context? Are you telling me how to read the Bible?
you can't just say may it please you to prosper Zion to build up the walls
Listen,
of Jerusalem
I have just
and say
checked.
it whenever however you have to say
Listen,
it in context.
I have checked context. Let me read context for you. Money
Okay.
answered all things is a translation of a verse from Ecclesiastes chapter 10, yeah, 19 that I said, which states, a feast is made for laughter, wine makes life merry, and money is the answer for everything. This verse suggests that money provides for the necessity and comfort of life, enabling enjoyment and fulfillment by facilitating feasting, merrymaking, and the acquisition of various goods and services. Listen, this is ecclesiastic we're talking about, not Jesus. This is what do you call him, King Solomon, that was writing this verse. You must
But
understand
remember,
his
King
mind.
Solomon was given wisdom by God. King Solomon had the kind of wisdom that no kings had, and the kind of wisdom was for administrative justice. So, if what was the prior writing? You have to read in context. You can't just take whatever from the Bible. You have to check what happened before. Maybe what happened before led. Maybe he was. I don't know. But whatever
You're saying
happened before.
you are listen to what you're saying. You're saying maybe. I am telling you what I know. I graduated from 2 theological colleges, two differently. I'm telling you what I know.
That's
You are telling
what
me a
I'm
maybe.
saying.
I'm
You are
telling
telling me
you,
a
you
maybe.
cannot just take whatever in the Bible. You have to check what was the
But
prior
I am telling
events
you,
that
you
led
don't
to the scripture.
you are arguing based on maybe. I'm
Hmm.
telling you what I know, what the Bible says. I even went as far as giving you content. I'm telling you what I know. You are saying maybe. So what you should do, you take your time to go and study that passage,
Okay,
that
I will,
Bible,
but I'm
and then we
hundred
can
percent
come
sure.
talk.
Okay, for example, when Jesus Christ said, "Drink of my blood and eat of my flesh," if you just say that to a person randomly, they'll be like, "What?" There was a context before. There was a prior event that
Drink of
led
my
to that
blood, eat of my
statement.
flesh. What was he serving
Okay,
them?
like
Was he serving them his
Mr.
blood and flesh?
Innocent, Mr. Innocent,
Think about it.
you're not
Yes.
asking her. You're not asking her a relevant question, right?
No, let's
No.
move on.
Miss
This conversation is not about the
Okay,
Bible.
okay. Listen, Miss
Let's move on.
Jerusalem. Okay, like I have one question for you, right?
Okay.
Would you date a man that doesn't have a business or is not working?
Hello,
Jerusalem.
legacy. That doesn't have a
Good
Jerusalem,
business that's
evening,
not working.
everybody, my beautiful people.
Jerusalem.
How
I
is
Hi,
your
asked a
boy.
Sunday?
question.
What
Don't
I
run
did a man
away
doesn't have
from
a
me.
business that's working.
No, would you date a man that doesn't have a business and he's not
And it's
working?
not working.
Yes, I have a lot.
Not you have. Would you? You must read
Yeah, I
based on
would.
the context.
I would.
You would.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then how
Okay.
will you service the relationship? Are you working or do you have a business you?
No, I would tell him to get on his knees and pray Psalm 23.
No, but you do you
Oh,
have
come on.
because
Doesn't
will
that
Psalm
man?
23
I'm
pay
not
your
providing for
rent?
no
Relax,
man.
okay.
I'll say get on your knees and pray
Come
for Psalm
on.
23. God is your provider.
Will Psalm 23 pay your rent?
Uh,
Will Psalm 23 pay your rent?
it will. The Lord is a
Will it
provider.
will it buy you pap?
Listen, Psalm 23 has put me has paid
Nah, bro, you do
fuel,
yeah, nah, nah,
has
nah,
paid
nah,
rent,
nah, nah.
You
has
see
Now,
provided.
Jerusalem, like Jerusalem,
now I'm
you be
drawing back
giving a
from
cucumber.
engaging with you, Jerusalem,
No, but
because
for real, for
Nah,
real
man.
though.
no the way you think, you're not thinking in context.
Nah.
Guys,
What are you
okay, the thing
saying?
is, I'm very spiritual. I'm very spiritual.
Even that spiritual is
Who's gonna pay
questionable
your
right
rent?
now.
Who's paying your rent?
That
Who's gonna pay
spirituality is
your rent?
questionable right
God
now. You're
will
telling me
pay
you're
my
spiritual.
rent. God will put petrol in my car.
How
God
will
will
you
put
do
food
that?
in
How
my
are you spiritual
cupboard.
and you don't know Ecclesiastes 10:19? How are you spiritual and you don't and you don't know, you don't understand the context? How are you spiritual
Nah,
right now?
No,
man.
I'm just
Let's move to
simply
the
saying,
conversation,
Snow,
guys.
listen, Snow, listen. If I don't mind dating someone who's
What
unemployed
is
and
the
doesn't have a
first
business,
name?
right? My advice to them would be, in order to change your situation, firstly, you have to change your mindset and believe. Believe is everything, because
So whether
scripture says that just by
you
half a
think
mustard seed, we can move
Jerusalem,
mountains.
wait, you love to talk, you love to listen to yourself. Let me explain to you now. When you say you're about 29 years old, right? So you said to
Mm-hmm.
yourself, you said that you're going to tell somebody, let's assume you're going to date somebody who's older than you, maybe they're in their 30s or whatnot. You are going to tell somebody in their 30s to believe in themselves. So they never believed for the past 30 years. They never thought of believing in themselves. It is now you who will tend to believe in themselves and then money will
Mm.
start coming.
No,
Bob the Builder.
remember, right? We have
Yeah.
what we call destiny helpers.
Okay, so you are his destiny helper.
Well, women are helpers for starters. They are destiny helpers.
I'm not talking
Women are not
gender.
supposed
I'm
to
not
move
talking
in a
gender. I'm saying, are
particular
you his
space.
destiny helper?
Uh,
I'm
no,
not
I'm
talking
saying,
gender.
Host, that women are not supposed to go in a certain space and leave that space the same way it was.
So that's what you are. You go into that space and you change the space. That's what you're saying.
Because I'm a woman.
You see this girl. Is a yes or no question. Will you go into
Yes,
his life
because
and
I'm
change
a
his life?
woman. Just because I'm a woman. That's
No,
all.
no, 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 no. I don't want to bring gender here because he can
No,
also say
but
because he's a
that's
man. Because he can also say because he's a man, you can't tell him what to do. So let's not go gender. Are you saying when you go into his life, you will change his life?
because I'm a woman.
You see, you don't know how to argue then. You don't know how to
No,
argue.
you know why I'm saying that
I
is
know
because I don't have any supernatural
you don't
powers.
know how to
It's
argue. You
my
don't know how to make an argument. Let's move out of this
Guys,
conversation.
guys,
okay.
hello,
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 hello, hello, Vanessa. You can speak.
hello. Hi, Legacy. Hi, Outie.
Hello,
Hi,
hello,
team.
hello.
Hi, D-Way and
Good
Tau.
evening,
Hi, Tau.
everyone.
Hello,
How are you
everyone.
doing? Good evening, sir.
How
Hello,
far?
everyone.
You can
Hello,
see, even far
Legacy.
is responding to you. Hello, Legacy and Alti. Team, I see you, and of course I've said
Good
hello.
evening, sir.
Yeah,
How are
View,
you?
I see you down there.
Tao said
How's it,
hi a long
guys?
time ago, and you guys are not saying hi, Tao. I'm offended.
Who is Tao? Ah, Tao, he's not on stage. He said hi long ago, man. Did I think I sent him an invite. Yo, Buti Tao, Unjani boss.
Tao says an invite.
Ah,
How are you,
who's that
Mr.
man?
Ancient?
Ah, Kisha, man, Kisha, man. When
I got time now. New Jerusalem.
Hello, Puti.
How are you?
I'm waiting yourself.
I'm good, thank you. In this house we have roles, ne? And we expect you, since you are on this panel, to abide by them.
Okay.
Yes. One of the these are the rules that we have. First rule is that in this panel you respect everyone and everyone will respect you. And then the second rule is that when someone else is speaking, you do not interrupt them. You wait for them to finish speaking or submitting, and then should you have a question, you're allowed to ask only after they're done speaking. And then our last rule is that we do not allow any derogatory terms in this live. So should you have any swear words or any derogatory terms, whether to men or women, we do not allow that. Are we in agreement?
It's not my first time here, but we
Yeah.
are in agreement.
All right, thank you. Please understand that should you fail to abide by these rules, you will be dropped. So let's have a civil conversation and engage each other like proper adults.
Exactly, especially because this conversation is going to be a very tense one. We can already sense.
Thank you. I'm glad we're in agreement.
Okay.
Guys, please tap the screen. We can't be on 1.5k likes at this
Namagapoy unjan
gap here, Nanjan.
anyaphila ma.
How? Tao, I invited you, Mos. I didn't see your request. I invited you. I didn't see your request. And you have not accepted my invite. What's going on?
Good evening, everyone. Team DER1.
Hi, hi,
Miss
everyone. How
Legacy.
are you? How are you? How are you? Nice to be here.
Okay.
I am well, thank you. I am well, thank you. I am glad that you're here and we are able to engage.
Benzi,
Mr.
you're welcome back.
Mr. Ancient, I'm giving the ropes today to Vanessa to show female leadership, right?
Ah, no
And
problem.
then
No
I
stress.
believe that under her leadership we shall be well led.
No
I shall
stress. No
assist her
stress.
whenever I can, but is it okay?
Ah, yeah, sure. That's good. No stress, Baba. I think she has the moderator's powers now.
Yes,
Vanessa, I'm sure she does.
yes, she does.
Yeah, so there's no stress. We can run the
All
live
right.
like that. Tao, I've been sending you invites.
I sent you an invite.
Exactly. I think somebody just requested to come up now. Yeah, Tao, please come up. Let's see. Yeah, please let's come up, guys. I'm gonna mute for a while, like I said. Yeah, and then I hope all goes well. I know this is a very tense conversation. Tao, are you not able to accept?
Let me cancel his invite, then he can request.
Okay.
Request Tao.
Good evening also to everyone in the comment section. I sometimes forget that I was once part of that crew.
I can't imagine. How long did you even stay down there? How long did you stay down there before you came up with? How long were you there?
I think I took 2 to 3 weeks.
You were listening to
Yeah.
Star and the others giving.
Until I found the confidence to climb on the panel. I was a keyboard
Interesting.
warrior.
Interesting. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
but I'm
So,
glad that we're here.
That's good.
No.
guys, I've got a bit of a headache today, so I'm gonna be limited in terms of commenting. Yeah, so but I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's
Hope you
it's a
feel
very
better, Vanessa.
I'm not sure. Okay, Tao, why don't you leave the live and come back? Exit the live and come back again. I'm leaving that slot for you specifically, unless the owner comes and takes it. You can leave the live and join again.
There's
Let me
no owner
start.
on this panel.
Sorry?
I'm saying there are no owners here in Chen.
No, I'm just saying the person who left that spot. Oh, who else again left? Oh, that one. Okay, now we have two spots. Um, let me start the conversation. Maybe Snow should open it. Snow, you can open the conversation by answering question 1 on the board. You said to you it's murder, so perhaps tell us why. Yeah, Tao, you're welcome now. Snow, are you there with us? Okay, I'll come back to you, Snow. Tao, you're welcome. I don't want to start with legacy. I wanted another female on the panel so that we can be balanced. There's Vanessa, there's legacy. We need another lady. Yeah, well, okay. Well, anyway, we'll start. I'm going to start with Alti. Let me drag you. You say you watched us for 2 weeks. I'm sure you know how we talk here. Number one, do you think it's murder? Is abortion murder? So please let's use TikTok language, nah? That's why I put it. I said abortion. Let's try and yeah, let's do that so that we don't flag our life. So, do you think abortion is murder?
Indeed, it is.
Okay. At what stage,
My,
though?
my name is Altishap. As Altishap, I just want to put a disclaimer. Everything that I'm about to say about this is my personal belief. It is not an opinion or a function of my thinking, but rather a reflection of who I am and how I live my life. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
I believe that that unaliving of this nature, it's indeed the M word. I believe that when you, as a woman, are blessed with a heartbeat and you decide to tone it down or remove it by a form of medical procedure, you are indeed committing a heinous act. So I would like to say that I don't believe in abortion. I do not believe that I do not believe that a heartbeat or a child should be unalived should they occur. I believe that should you be blessed with that heartbeat, you must nurture it to its end. And once it arrives in this world, you must do your best to nurture, raise, protect, and allow that child to grow and become their best version of themselves. Anyone who does this is indeed committing a heinous act, and they deserve to be jailed 25 years to life because they have taken an innocent heartbeat, an innocent soul. And that person that you're unaliving, you don't know who they might become. It could be possible that you have unalived the next president of South Africa, all because you do not feel like having a baby. So in my eyes, I believe that such an act should be heavily rebuked with 25 years to life in terms of sentence. But no one, and I mean no one, has the right or authority to determine who should live and who should not. All of that belongs to God. Our duty is that should a heartbeat occur, we nurture for the sake of legacy, for the sake of humanity, and for the benefit of our Creator. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Okay, before we go anywhere, can I just add that for people doing ABCs, ne? It's not just people who don't want to do the ABC, who don't want to keep the child, ne? Some of them are forced to doing the ABR because of health reasons, either affecting the mother or affecting um, the fetus. Ne? So, guys, let's also bear in mind that the ABR is not just because of people who don't want. Sometimes it's because of medical reasons that could be life threatening to both the mother and the child or just the mother, that it would be a prerequisite. So, in making points, please keep that in mind as well to make the conversation even more interesting.
Yeah, can I have my say? Because it seems as though also, besides what Vanessa just said, medical reasons, or maybe grape, or what's the other one that they like to say, incest, it seems like there isn't really a reason that's put on the table to justify this. Or rather, there is no other argument to justify it without putting, because if we say, okay, besides grape or medical reasons, then why do you do this? There is no reason as to why you would do that. But in terms of my submission, there's a question that was asked here on the comment section: is it a child or is it a fetus? It's human life, right? Because then there's also this manipulation that goes on, right? Whenever people want to justify this act, they always resort to using scientific language, medical language, fetus, clump of cells, zygote, all of those things. At the end of the day, it's a human life, right? And the act itself is a termination of a human life, right? Because if we talk about the fetus, then the question is, does the fetus grow? It does grow. And in standard 8, what we all learned is that anything that grows shows that there is life in it. So for an example, a plant grows. You plant a seed and it grows because there's life in there. The same applies to a fetus. It grows because there's life in there. So it's only fair to say that this act of an AB is a termination of human life. But then you'll find that there's a manipulation that goes on where if a woman says they want to keep their baby, if they say they want to keep their baby, then it's always referred to as a baby. No pregnant woman has ever been asked, how's the fetus doing? You know, how's the clump of cells doing? It's always the baby. We understand that it is a baby. But then when a woman says, I do not want to keep, then we switch the language into manipulative language. We use scientific terms. We'll call it a fetus, we'll call it a zygote. Why is that? Why is that? Why is it no longer a baby? No one has ever said I'm going to a fetus shower. The understanding is that it is a human, it is a baby. It is not just a fetus, right? Because this fetus carries human life, we place a value on human life. And then we want to do different when a woman says, then I do not want to keep the baby. In terms of the reason as to why women go and have an AB, or let me not say women, the reason as to why individuals, because it could be a decision that is taken by both a couple or an individual, could be a decision made by a couple or an individual's decision. But apart from the incidents that I mentioned earlier, grape or medical conditions, because there are those situations where women are told that it's either your life or the baby's life. You have to make then you have to make that tough decision. But there's a reason why the act in itself, that decision, is very tough and is an important one, because I am worried then if the individuals who go up and just have this procedure, an AB or abortion, just at a whim. If it's not a difficult, there's a reason why it's always a difficult decision to arrive at, because the understand is that you are taking, you are participating in a termination of a human life. That's just what it is. That's my point, guys.
Okay, before
Can I
Osmo,
ask a question?
before you speak, can I just add something? I'm gonna be very, very short. According to us as African people, we are not allowed to refer to a pregnancy as a baby until that child is born. We'll either give it a name and call it isisu or mpa or something like that. This is more like a silent ke tlo e bitsa eng? This is the way women refer to it. It's only men who will then say a baby before it's born. With us women, we are taught we do not say it's a baby or give it a name before it's born. So now you may continue.
But then that's like new information to me. I'm not gonna dispute what you just said, but I
I
suppose
know.
my point was just that we understand what is in that belly is a human. It is a
Yes,
baby at the
I
end of the day.
understand that a lot of men might not know that. That's why I'm putting it across.
Okay.
But they should, Vanessa, because like if a woman is murdered and she's pregnant, they're gonna charge you with double murder.
Snow, can you avoid using the
Oh,
actual word
sorry.
and try to use TikTok friendly language?
I don't know the TikTok. But
Lalela,
like,
instead of saying the word murder, rather say the M word. Instead of saying abortion, say ABR. Use
okay, cool.
abbreviation or
Okay,
use
cool.
a Zulu or Sotho name to describe that particular act.
Okay. My apologies, but like, did you get my statement though?
I 100% get your statement. I agree with that statement.
Yes, which is like, I believe Uguti like abortion is still like the M word, right? No matter what, whether like it's a fetus or it's like something else, I still believe that it's an M word. Somebody needs to come and convince me why it's not, but it is to me.
Hmm.
And this goes to silence.
I don't know.
And there's
Can
a
you
question in the comment.
like
How is a baby made in sin a gift? Oh, okay. Okay. Now we're talking what's a sin and what's not. Vele. But that's true
can
anyway.
I answer? Can I try and answer that question?
Please.
We are not going to put fault on the baby. We're not gonna do that. Right? We're not gonna do that, right? Because the baby has nothing to do with the fact that two adults came together and committed sin, right? It's like I said earlier, the understanding is that we place value on human life. And so the circumstance under which that human life was created does not really matter. We just place value on human life. That is everyone's understanding, right? So the question of how is a baby made in sin a gift, we're just not gonna do that. It's unnecessary.
Okay. Okay. Noted.
Hey everyone.
Yeah, Tim. Sorry, I'll come to you, Godfather. Tim, yes, over to you.
Okay, I will also want to put my submission, and I think it's the topic mustn't be called the M word. I don't think it's the M word. I don't agree with it. That's my own point of view. I think it's in the power of the mother caring whatever she's caring to decide what she wants to do until it comes to time. The moment it's out and it's given a name and it's recorded or it's counted the way we count it as statistics, then it's now supposed to be used in M word. Either it's 1 day or 10 days or 100 days. But as long as it's still under her and is still using the food from the mother, everything from the mother, I still feel like it's the mother's decision. And also to say that, I also think if women would tell us the AB thing, it's very painful. It's not a pleasant thing. It's not even a simple thing to do. For them to come to a decision to go through that process on its own, it's a torture on its own that I don't think they would just decide to say, I'm gonna be going around doing that. It's a pain on its own that either we say it's M word or not, doing it to them, it's a painful act, and it high chances it haunt them forever and ever because it's something that was in them. Actually, some have got side effects from the experience of that, and then to put on top of all that, to also put then say, you have aimed someone and we have to give you 25 years on it. I think that's very unfair. That's my thinking for the first part.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Why do you think it's a difficult decision for a woman to arrive at?
uh it's painful. The process itself is not like it's not like just are we going to do the B thing and tomorrow I'm gonna be okay. It's torture. It's painful. It's
Do you
not
mean
nice.
like painful as in like physical pain? Or are
Correct.
you talking about in terms of
Physical
emotion?
pain, the emotion, yes, but the physical pain, physically.
But
Me,
then
let
if
me
it,
explain
but
this
then
to
if
Tao.
it's if sorry,
Tao, let
if
me
it's
explain it to you from a woman's perspective because I feel like if it's coming from a guy, it doesn't make sense. It's similar to for those who've actually lost. Um, okay, not to this. It's similar to the process of actually giving birth to the fetus. Only it's when described, it's described as being 10 times more painful than the actual process of giving birth.
Can I ask something?
but that's what I
Yeah.
was
Allow
asking,
Tao to
Vanessa.
finish. Can
Are
we
you
allow
speaking
Tao?
in terms of physical pain, or do you mean like emotionally?
Physical and emotional.
Why would it
If
be
it's
emotionally
emotional,
draining then?
there's no
If
physical
the
emotional.
understanding, sorry
Can
guys,
Tao wait? Can Tao please make his submission? Yes, Tao.
like if then if because if the understanding that this thing doesn't matter, yeah, it's just as a fetus, it's just a clump of cells,
If it's not
as
human.
it's if it's not human, as the argument always goes, why would then the decision of removing this useless thing, this thing doesn't have value, why would that decision then be a difficult one? Why would that decision be a painful one?
I think we're coming from a different point. I think I was saying the physical pain, or as in the act itself. When someone decide to say they're gonna do that, they're gonna go through pain, physical pain. So I'm not saying it's not a human or everything the way you're putting it. I'm just saying it's in someone's body, and that person is responsible for whatever they're gonna do. But it's very painful. That decision of saying they're gonna do it on
Can I?
its own is gonna be a
Mm,
painful
mm.
experience physically on them. So choosing that is not like it's an advantage to them.
Do you know that a lot of women use abortion, the AB word, as a form of contraception?
I don't know that. I don't believe that. And I think we think that they do that. We quickly assume, because let's look into our now day and age with all the method that we have of controlling, which are painful. which are pain free, which are simple, which are easy, which are not even judged by the community and by everyone. Why would you one choose the worst of them all
Can I
to
ask
use
you?
as a method?
Do you know what is the reason for 99% of the ABC Act? What stated as the reason for getting one?
Not
Wait,
not wanting the baby.
Okay,
team
so
tech, wait, tech. When the live started, OOT had explicitly said, can we allow people a chance to speak? Now, it comes across as unfair. Don't close my mouth, Anna. It comes across as unfair when people have been on the panel and they have not made submissions and you're speaking over them.
okay,
So,
so
can we just allow people to make those submissions? Yes. Team, you may continue.
Thank you. So, I still stand with what I was saying, that I I personally, as a person, as in this is my views. I believe the process and everything that is around the fetus that is in someone's tummy is all in their hands to decide what they want to do. And knowing the person that is carrying, we have seen that they are capable of making their own decision. We don't have power to decide what they do with that, because it's still living under them. So I would want to say it in a way like, please, the Christian community, don't get offended. I feel like even when someone dies, we say God, he has decided, he has the power to decide who to take and who to keep. So in the sense of the child in the tummy and the mother, I feel like the mother has been given the power to be the little God to the thing in her. So she is now the God to decide to keep it or not. So the power has been given to the mother to decide. It's the same as our God, the creator who created us. He has the power to one day take us home. I feel like that's the level that I would give to the mother who is pregnant. Thank you.
But then who would have given that authority to the woman? Who would have given that power to the woman?
As I said, I think the best way is let my submission is my submission. Let others submit. Then after everyone has submitted, we can then ask each other back and forth for the sake of those ones who want to submit.
All
Because
right, no problem.
it's yeah, there is
That's,
time for that.
yeah,
Thank you.
no, that's fair. Thank you.
sorry, we're waiting for something.
No, I think you can go on if you wanna make your submission, but since no one is talking.
Okay. Because my view on teams opinion is basically, you said we as Christians should believe that if a person is M word, then it's basically based on God's decision that it should be their time. But I would say the Bible doesn't support it because we are given free will. We are not controlled basically by God, at least not according to the Bible. So if you say that, okay, then it must mean that it might have been the baby's time to go. It doesn't really fall under what Christians believe. And also, as for what I was trying to say earlier, is if we look at the statistics of the ABC Act, then we can arrive to the conclusion that basically if 99.9% of all the ABCX is stated as, the reason is stated as because you just didn't want the child at the moment, or it might have been a slight inconvenience, and then we can draw the conclusion that there is actually something wrong with doing that if we consider it to be a human life. So that's just my opinion again. Rebuttal.
Has everyone submitted?
But no, I haven't heard Legacy say anything on this issue. Legacy, what do you think about what we're talking about now?
Hi, Ancient. Hi, everybody. Sorry. So my take on this is that we can't always push the religion agenda to suit ourselves and not consider the situation a woman is in. We like to drive an agenda that we want to be higher and mightier than thou. And we will rather see somebody suffer than to ask for repentance and rather save someone's life. It's all good and well and saying that it's against all principles and all teachings and that, but we also need to look at the bigger picture. What is the situation at hand? What is that person's health status? How did this pregnancy come about? Was it forceful? Was it unwanted? In terms of harassment, in terms of rape. And this guy that just passed away recently, I think you guys all know what I'm talking about. He made such a bold statement that if his daughter had to ever get raped, he would force her to carry that child and to keep the child, because no way is he ever going to allow termination. And that is because you feel that you are so entitled within religion, you will even make your own suffer, because the trauma alone connected to looking at a child every day that comes from somebody that took from you without your will, it's wrong on all levels. So why would you expect anyone to go through that? Me personally, I feel that if it is done by two adulting, two adults that are in their right frame of mind and they knew what they were doing, then it is definitely wrong, because then you are playing with life. If you knew what you were doing when you laid with someone, and when now the result is the proof is in the pudding, you want to run to terminate, then you should be held accountable and held reliable. Because if you are not taking precaution, and if you are not doing the deed and not thinking of the outcome, then you are at fault. So all I'm saying is that I don't agree with it. I don't believe in it, but we must stop being hypocrites in the church or in Christianity. We must be godly and we must look at the circumstance of the individual and don't just Bible bash and it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong. No, that's not how life works. Thanks, Ancient.
Can I ask you?
Yes, you may.
So should we then illegalize the 99% of dead people that go do it for the normal cases? Like just not wanting the child. Should we make it illegal?
Why? Because why are you sleeping around? Why? For what? If you're
But
just going to decide not to want children.
so
You should
so
take precautions. Prevention is better than cure.
okay, so are you agreeing that we should make that specific reason illegal if you are just going to get an ABC just for the sole reason because you didn't use protection? Should we make it illegal?
Now, I can't say you must make it illegal or we should make it illegal. I'm giving my point of view of how I feel. And I mean, we're now hearing how men must take women's surnames, so anything is possible. You will just be surprised of the laws that come about. But yeah, I'm against it, and that's my stance on it.
Okay, but can I please ask
Because then the thing
why?
is,
Sorry.
it's like I said at the beginning. It's like I said at the beginning. If we say a b when there's been a grape or because of a medical condition, if we say, okay, we agree to the procedure, if these are the circumstances, if you are, say, a 13-year-old young girl who had been raped by someone, then you are allowed to do it. If there's a medical condition that you're facing, then you're allowed to do. If we say yes to those things, or we say we agree to the act, to those things, then what about the rest of the cases? Why would then women want to do it, right? What is that reason that would be put on the table that this is the reason we're doing it? Because we're also speaking about adults, right? Then the answer to that would be, I think it would be fair to say we look at this thing as just a way of contraception, right? Then I can go and be careless one night, and if I wake up the next morning and I find out that I'm carrying a baby, then I can just take it out. Because, like, what is the reason besides grape and medical reasoning?
Before anyone answers, can as you said, that we want order. So I think the Godfather is yet to submit. I think from there, they will allow us to do back and forth. But can we please allow the last person to give their submission? Then we take it from there.
Evening, guys. I've been listening in, and the ABR, the ABR is only performed on a woman's selfish reasons, because an ABR is not necessarily needed, because they will always use medical terms when they try to use or come in with an excuse for ABR. If the fetus poses a threat to the mother, it's not called an ABR. It's either it's called self-ingectomy or self-agectomy. ABR, it's a woman choosing to terminate a healthy fetus, because a fetus is just a Greek word for what is known as an offspring. So let us all distinguish the difference. ABR, it's a woman's selfish needs choosing to terminate. is not posing a health risk to the mother or the fetus. Because if it was posing a threat to the mother or the fetus, it was then going to be called what's known as self-engectomy or self-agastomy. So let us stop using all these theories and saying and everything. Here we're talking about ABR. ABR is simply meaning that a mother choosing to terminate a healthy fetus. That's it. I'll just pose it at there for now.
Any questions?
So there's going to be no rebuttal to this claim.
Can I ask a question? So if you're saying the ABR is a selfish reason of a woman
Mm-hmm.
and it shouldn't be defined as anything else, when would then be the precise time? Is there a time to terminate when the fetus has become a heartbeat and start forming into
Ma'am,
a child?
ma'am, ma'am, by all means, from day one, a fetus is also known as an offspring. By day one, that's a human being forming. Let us refrain from using all these words of fetus and everything, because that's where you guys come up with excuses of making the ABR.
Okay, thanks for that. Second question, why don't men then make sure or ensure their part in it so that ABRs don't happen?
Okay, again, ma'am.
And Godfather, sorry,
Let,
I
let,
also
let,
have
let
one
us,
question to add. I have one
okay,
question to add to it as well.
let me attend
Um,
to the
yeah,
lady first, and then I'll
it's very
attend to
related
you.
to her question. It's related to her question. She asked you at
Hmm.
what point, right? So I also want to ask to say,
Yeah.
do you support contraceptives? Do you think that women or men should use contraceptives?
Okay. Let me dive deep into the issue of contraceptives. Women have 33 forms of birth controls. ABR is the last resort, whereas men only have 4 types of birth controls. So if a woman then chooses to fall pregnant, then the blame should be on her, because she had 33 methods to use and she chose not to use all of those. Because the question would then be, why would you then have smacks whilst you're ovulating? Don't you know that during ovulation, what happens during ovulation? Because we all did life orientation at school.
Okay,
Okay, so
okay.
you're saying a woman chooses to get pregnant. It's her
Yeah.
choice that she gets pregnant,
I,
not
I, I think, I think, uh, I think I would want to agree with what you're saying, that they have got 33 method, we have got 4 method, but I feel like my worry is on the M word, which comes with, let's say, let's say put the word illegal. I would want to say yes, it's wrong. Let's say it's morally wrong. It's not right, but there is a lot of things that are not right, but are legal. So I think the whole point is on making it illegal. It's wrong. You can say it's selfish. We could agree. And so being selfish sometimes is okay. It's self-serving. It's me. I'm serving me. But being selfish mustn't be said illegal. So I can agree with all the other points, but the fact of now then being selfish and being using, okay, poor judgment and everything becomes illegal.
So
There,
to
that's
add
the
to
problem.
you, Tim, I'm sorry. Godfather said when Legacy asked to say, at what point do we consider it M word? And he said, from the moment, from that very second when that seed is sown, if anything happens to it, it's an M word. So that's why I'm asking about contraceptives to say, okay, they should prevent it. Do you also think morning after pill, that morning after pill that people take, do you also think
That's a method
is
of contraception.
no, it's not. Well, it is a method, but it is
Yeah.
to either cleanse it or end it. Perhaps maybe something is just to sweep it out. So morning after pill. So you are saying that contraception is fine. So we can kill the seed, we can kill the semen, right? We can
Star.
kill the semen, and
Patient.
but yes, sir.
Listen. This is what we need to understand about morning after pill. Once an egg is released, you can do pretty much take a morning after pill or not. The seed will be planted. Once a woman comes out of her menstrual cycle, she is very much fertile and open for procreation.
I think, Godfather, you didn't explain well, or maybe we are kind of slow. The question will be, does the morning after work as a termination method or it prevents? Because it's used after the act. So we want to
Yeah.
know, does it work as in termination or it prevents?
A morning after is it's normally advised or used as a method of delaying pregnancy. Once the egg is released, once you come out of your menstrual cycle, the higher the chance of you conceiving. Hence, you'd find most people would then say they took the morning after, but still fell pregnant.
Okay, so to just interpret what you said, it means, let's say the egg was already there during the night and you did the deed. If that egg is fertilized and you use the morning after, it's too late. But sometimes we do the deed and there is no egg released, so the morning after will come and clean the guy's stuff before the egg is released. So
Yeah.
then there is no pregnancy. Is that correct?
Yes. Remember that
All right. No, we
a,
understand.
a man's sperm stays on average 5 to 8 days inside of a woman's ovaries, waiting for an opening.
All right.
Wait,
Now we understand. So now we understand that the morning after is also not terminating, because if it happens that the egg has been fertilized, there is nothing the morning after could do. So I think that is out of the topic. Now we know, we have been educated on that.
can I?
And
I want to add that abstinence is also a form of contraception, and it's 100%. It works 100%, unlike
Yeah.
any other
Also in
form of
men,
contraception.
the four forms of birth controls in men, abstinence is one of them. Hence, in
And it's the
women, up
most
to
effective.
33 forms. So with women, the blame would be placed on them because they had 33 forms of birth control, which then equates to almost 93% of the fetus being born. So meaning that they choose, because they choose who gets access to smacks, and they choose who get access to being born. Because there's absolutely nothing or anything you can do. If a woman decides to terminate, there's absolutely nothing you can do. But then she can then legally makes you a father, even if you don't want.
all right. So I think my view was coming, or I can say, is in a sense that as much as scientifically and fically everything we start saying its offspring from the day one that the egg and the sperm connect. I think it's not that a big of a deal. That's my thinking. It might be wrong, but I'm saying the 4 days fetus or offspring that you are saying, that selfishness that you were talking about, that if we use protection, there is no baby formed, and if we don't, after 5 days, there is an offspring that can be terminated. To me, I don't see the difference, because the selfishness part, can I know why are you the lady is being selfish to who when we say they're being selfish?
Nature.
The act of doing it is in itself selfish. He's not being selfish towards something. It's selfish to say that because of my reasons, therefore I can unalive another human being. Because, for instance, let's take it to reality. Like, if I'm a person and I have my reasons for offing another person, I have my reasons, right? That would be a
Yes,
selfish act in itself to do. Do you understand what I'm trying to
yes,
say?
yes, yes. So I think that's I think, okay, that's the way why I'm saying that's where the argument, even if you hear other questions that we're saying, at what stage,
Okay,
it's
Tim.
trying to validate that with is putting value, as in we can't
Okay,
see that we don't see the things the same way. So
okay,
some would say, as long as it's still blood, not a human being form inside, it doesn't matter. Some say, okay, in 3 months doesn't matter. It's only how we see things.
Mm.
And as legend also say that, let's not bring our beliefs to enforce them to everyone, or how you see the fetus as a person. It mustn't be everyone's view.
okay, Tim. Let me ask
Yes,
you this simple question, my guy.
yes.
Smacks. What is the purpose of smacks?
Enjoying.
No, it's procreation.
No,
Animal,
listen,
wait.
that's your meaning.
Animals don't
That's
do it for
that's
fun.
yours.
Animals don't do it
That's
for
yours.
fun.
We do
No,
it for
no,
fun.
no,
No.
no. That's the
So
true
why do we do
purpose.
use protection? Then why do we use protection?
What's the main
Preventing
biological
what?
reason
What are
to
you
it?
preventing? What are you preventing? Tim, what are you preventing if you're using protection? What are you preventing if you're using protection?
Procreation.
Yes. So
So why
initially,
are we doing it and use protection?
the first rule of SMEX is to prevent what? When you use protection, is to prevent what?
Procreation.
So now, if you choose then not to use the 33 forms of birth control and the 4 forms of birth controls, then who is to blame?
It's the 2% that did the act. They are to blame.
Who is to
But
blame, Tim?
on
Between a woman
uh,
and a man.
Oh,
Wait,
both
Tim.
of them, both
Wait.
of them.
No. A man has 4 forms of birth control. A
hey,
woman has
Paul.
33.
Yes, they can
Wait.
use those four. Let them use their four.
Which one outweighs the other?
Okay, so seeing that the one outweighs the other, then it's her decision, it's her body. Seeing that you're putting the
Yes.
power in her hands.
Yes. So
Sorry.
then, if she then decides to ABR, who do you put the blame on? If it's
On
not for
herself,
medical
it's hers.
reasons,
It's her decision.
That is, we are not putting a blame on
Yes.
her. It's
Because,
she's the one who's
how
gonna
are you?
decide,
Okay,
and she's
Tim.
gonna feel the
Wait,
pain.
can I come in for a sec, because now we're arguing who to put the blame on and whose responsibility it is. Men, and this is the reason why men are being overpowered by women, because you guys are giving all the power and all the decision making to women. So you as a man, you don't have it in your head to discuss everything up front before the deed happens. You want to first lay with her and then put the blame on her after. So everything is up to the woman. So why do you guys even bother?
As a man, I don't take blame for men. I would say you are also responsible if a
That's not
female is
answering my
pregnant.
question. That's not answering my question. You guys are too quick to shift the blame. Why aren't you taking responsibility? You want to plant seeds, and then when the woman decides she's not in a position to carry the seed, you want to name caller, code caller, attacker.
Legacy.
Take
Yeah, but
responsibility.
that's what I'm
Can I come
saying.
in, Legacy?
I
Can I
feel
come in,
like
Legacy?
as a human, you as a man, you should take responsibility as well. That's why I'm agreeing to your point.
Oh, okay. I didn't get that. Sorry.
Can I
Okay.
come in, Legacy?
Also, just hold on. If men, you see, you said you agree that men should take responsibility and everything, and I agree with you. If they choose not to, it's not illegal. So that's the
Hmm?
same part that I'm bringing also on termination. That it's wrong, even if guys choose not to stand with their decision.
But
It's very
but
wrong. But why the other part is then become illegal?
But my point is, right, if men, I feel like men can should also take responsibility, and courts actually they can force you to take responsibility. Now I agree with courts. Men should take responsibility after the child is born. But when it comes to the act of AB, men have no say in it. So I feel like men should be able to take responsibility, but then again, on the other hand, you can't place responsibility when there's no choice in that matter.
So just to come back, I see authors saying that it's the woman's fault.
No, he's just trolling. He's just trolling.
Um,
He's not.
Oh, okay,
Wait,
okay.
how am I trolling?
Not you, the
Oh,
person in the
sorry.
comments.
Okay, sorry. But yeah, that's basically my point. Men have a responsibility because it takes two to, do the deed. It doesn't take one person. I don't care if you say as a man, okay, that we have these kinds of forms of contraceptions and a woman has more. For me, it's just the fact that you also because you I can't see your full name, but the guy said basically because a woman has more forms of contraception, then the responsibility should be on her. But I feel like if you said the reason for having smacks is to procreate, you also did partake in the act of procreation, so why should all responsibility be taken off of you when you just claimed that it's an act of procreation, and that's the main reason for doing so?
It's very simple, Tech. If a woman chooses not to carry a baby full term, can you then force her to do so?
No, you can't.
You can't, nah? But if she chooses to carry the baby full term and you don't want to, can she then force you to become a father?
Yes,
So whose responsibility is it then when it comes
it's
to
your
procreation?
when the baby is born, it becomes your responsibility just as
Okay,
much.
okay. You shifting the responsibility to the guy. At what point would the responsibility lie on the woman for not spreading her legs until she gets married first?
My
All right,
brother.
Godfather,
Whoa, whoa,
Godfather.
whoa.
I think
Where we
to
going
answer
here?
what you have
Whoa,
asked.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't use that language here. Yes.
Sorry, Godfather.
Godfather,
Sorry, Outie.
please
Sorry,
be
sorry.
please be polite, my brother. I consider this your first verbal warning. We do not use that language here.
Okay, just to answer Godfather.
Yes.
Godfather, when you said
Please, team, please
yes,
when you
yes.
speak, make sure that you respect the woman and you show them the respect that they deserve. We don't address women like that. We do not address men like that. So let's be respectful.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, Godfather, I was saying when you said you actually said when the child is there and the father is forced to be responsible. You forgetting the part that when we are saying the father is responsible, the mother is automatically there. We just saying let there be two. When the father is being forced, it's not like we are taking the mother away of the equation. She's already taking the responsibility. She's the one who actually was carrying the pregnancy to full term for 9 months. When the baby is there, now because there is proof that the baby is there, we call you because you were part of it and say, now let's do this together. So the mother is still taking responsibility from day one and now when the baby is there. But we are now saying we can also now bring you. into the puzzle. So the lady is still taking responsibility, and 99.9% when it comes to kids, the lady is the one who always have all the responsibility of that night. And we
Yeah.
as men, we have the the leeway of running away if we decide to. We have the chance, but unfortunately the lady has the child. She is the mother, so there is no way she can run.
Okay, Tim, I'm going to snap my fingers and become Thanos in all this. I'm going
Yes,
to grant you what you want, right?
yes,
So now, if she then chooses not to carry the baby full term,
yes.
why is it then not be on her to be then forced to carry the baby full term because of her doing in the act of procreation?
Oh, I understand what you are trying to say now.
Wait,
I,
wait,
I
wait,
think I don't
wait.
get it.
He's basically trying to say that, right? Because the men also have responsibility, and I agree with his point. If the man has responsibility after the lady has carried the child to birth, then
Yes, yes.
why should the woman not have
Be exempted
responsibility?
from having
Yeah,
responsibility.
why should she be
Okay,
exempted?
let me answer the way I understand. So you saying
Okay.
during the termination, let's say the father doesn't want the termination to happen,
Yeah.
but the mother wants. The reason why
Yeah.
we are giving the mother the say she can decide is because she's the one who is doing the caring. And that is why during the caring, we are not even looking for you, because it's still
No, but
one
it's
Okay,
still a
you.
form of
Tim,
responsibility.
Tim, wait,
Yes,
wait, 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 Ted. Tim, let me ask you this: have you
yes.
ever heard of the phrase that marry before you carry?
You see, that's moral. And
Wait, wait, no, no, no,
we
no.
yes,
It,
yes,
it,
I
it has
heard it.
nothing to
I
do with
heard it.
morals. It has nothing to do with morals. It has everything to do with ethics. Because
Yes,
with marriage, then comes what a man's responsibility in taking
yes,
care of the fetus, right? So then, if she then chooses to engage in coitus
yes,
out of marriage,
yes.
she then subsequently she then subjected the fetus to almost 80 to 92% of the chaos in the world.
I'm kind of lost. Bring it again.
I'm saying if she
Yeah.
chooses to engage in coitus
Yes,
or smacks before
yes,
marriage,
yes.
then she then brings the child. She's most likely to raise the child at a statistical disadvantage.
Correct. And
Yeah.
definitely because of
So
that,
in the
because of
event,
that, no, wait, because of
yeah.
that, because of that,
Mm-hmm.
she then can decide to say, if I've made my mistake of engaging into this prior to how it was supposed to be. So if I continue
Kindly,
making
kindly,
another,
kindly refrain from using the word mistake in your vocab, because
all right, all right,
if you're using the word mistake, then would then subject the man to use the word mistake as well to say, I then
all
made a
right, all right.
mistake by impregnating
Okay,
her.
I'm saying I want to say, if okay, let me just try also to come a bit low. If the
Mm-hmm.
person is decided to do the deed before the marriage,
Mm-hmm.
right? On its own, according to that phrase that you gave me, that's where the wrong starts. So
Mm-hmm.
if the person is capable of doing this wrong, why are we now so afraid of the second wrong? Because this person is capable of the first wrong. So it's fine. This person is choosing to just do this wrong their way. Why are we now all of a sudden we emphasizing on wrong number two, but on wrong number one we were okay to do smacks? This same person, he has done the smacks before the the
Tim,
marriage.
Tim, my guy, listen.
Yes, sir.
If a woman decides not to engage in sexual activities, can you force her to do so?
Nope. Same as the
So,
guy.
who is then responsible for procreation?
Men.
How
Both
is
of
it
us.
men? If women abstain from procreation from sex, I'm even like, for instance, 34% of men are single and virgins. You cannot be greedy than a virgin.
But at the
Whereas
same time,
it's
if
only
that the same
it's
men, if
only
the same
it's
lady
only it's
decide,
only
Godfather,
6% of
Can
women
I speak?
who are then
Godfather,
virgins.
Godfather, there is a new member. Can she please speak?
All right,
Then
If
we
ladies and
can
you say
continue.
they're
gentlemen,
virgins, if you
good
say that men
morning,
are
good
virgins,
evening.
you're not
Let
even
us welcome Tobile. Tobile,
Hi guys.
Hello, Chobile.
please greet the
Hello.
panel.
I'm going back to Godfather's point. If you say that
Tobile, please greet the
34%,
panel.
I did. Hi. Hi everyone.
Hello,
Hello,
hello.
Tobile. You may participate.
Hello.
Okay. I'm going back to Godfather's point. If you say that 34% of men are virgins, they're not even considered in this conversation because they're not having participation in it. So how can you even like bring up that point? And why I say that men are the reason for conception is that because at the end of the day, men impregnate. The
But
only reason why I'm pregnant as a woman is because a sperm left the man's body and into my body.
his
Can I
point
help you?
is
Can
that
I
you
help
have
you?
a choice in it. It's your choice whether the
Wait,
man
tech.
can have
Wait,
sex
tech.
with you.
Wait,
Yeah,
tech.
exactly. I'm saying, and I know that at the
Can
end
I
of the day,
educate you, Tobile?
Don't
whenever you have,
educate her, just to talk to her.
Okay, can I talk to her? Can I talk to you, Tobile?
okay,
54% of men, especially black men, are single and childless. 30% are married. So 54 and 30 and 30%, that equates to 84%. That means the bulk of the kids that are being born out of marriage, that comes from the 82.6%, comes from a small bunch of men, which is the 16%. So you cannot be using that to say, oh men, and generalizing and saying men are doing this. Because I can bet you right now, your baby daddy or the person you chose to have a baby with has other babies with multiple women. It's very rare to find a woman who is single and child free in
no, it's not.
2025.
No, it's not.
Where are you getting those numbers from?
Yeah, please ask. I want to know as well.
You 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 want stats, right? You
Yeah,
can go to your
I just want to
CDC.
Google. Let me Google.
You can go to your CDC. You can go to your stats essay. You can go to the blackdemographic.com. You can go to social development and all this.
And
A
how
majority.
were these tested?
What do you mean? How they are tested?
How did they come about that these men are virgins?
God damn it.
I think usually these data collections are you basically list yourself as a virgin, or you say that you are a virgin or never have intercourse.
Okay, we'll move on. I don't believe that,
Okay,
but we'll move on.
so
Can I
from
just,
what I heard,
I'm here. Can I
Simple
carry
question,
on?
legacy.
Stop, guys, stop
okay, Legas
overpowering
can
us.
speak.
So here's my question, right? Why is the discussion not had before you men lay with women? Because, like we heard, there's how many contraceptives that a woman has? 34.
33.
And there's 34 single and virgin men. Your numbers are very close. You need to double check. But anyway, as I'm saying, there is a huge problem here for the fact that the man is not taking responsibility and accountability. When he pursues
Men
a
do
woman,
take
listen,
responsibility.
listen, listen. When he pursues a woman, Why doesn't he make it his diligent duty to have a checklist of that 33% or 33 contraceptives in an interview form to say, check, 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 I'm safe to go? So you shifting the blame onto a woman because you feel
Legacy.
you have 4 contraceptives to take account for, and the woman has 33, and because she hasn't taken care of all 33, you feel that she's the one to be blamed, yet you pursued her. And
Legacy.
listen to how cute this is of you. You lay with her, plant your seed, zip up your pants tomorrow morning, and then the blame is all hers. Why didn't you take accountability before you even laid with her?
Okay. Can I engage with you, dear?
Before you engage, ma'am, Legacy, we don't use that language here.
What language?
Zip up your pants.
Zip
We
up your
don't.
pants is a normal word. There's nothing wrong with it.
Not even derogatory.
It's nothing derogatory.
Leave it out. It's fine. Okay, Legacy.
Please, please be polite. Find another way to speak that. Né? We don't explicitly say things like that here. Thank you.
Legacy. As I was saying, out of the 33 forms of birth control, if I then choose one that's befitting for me and I give it to you, can I force you to take it? Let's say, for instance, we use Depo, for instance, as one of the methods of birth control. Can I force you to partake in taking Depo if you
No,
don't
you
want
can't
to?
force me. But then why
Yeah.
are you still hopping in? What am I supposed to say? Okay, because now I must watch my P's and Q's.
You see,
But
class,
why are you
this
still
is
being with
typical
a
of black
woman?
women. Okay, this now, class. This is what's known as shifting the blame. When they cannot answer a question, they
I'm
will then
answering you.
answer a
Why? Why are you
question with a
shutting me up?
question.
She
I'm
answered
not
it.
shutting you
I'm
out.
answering you. Why are you shutting me up? I'm answering you.
You want to have a
So
subject. Continue,
dude,
dear.
when when you find out the woman is not on depot or whatever, why do you still continue with the deed? That should be your cue to turn away then, isn't it?
Just to add on, you said also men have got 4. So let's forget about the 33 of the women. When is you're coming, just use your 4 and you have helped the whole process.
Yeah,
Why are you
that's
not coming
right.
with your 4 method?
That's actually right because it's preventing the sperm from leaving your body. So if
Yeah.
That's
men
make life
were
easy.
taking the contraception,
Okay,
they would not be
okay,
in for
guys.
pregnancy.
Okay, guys. Abstinence is one of them, right? And
Yes. The other 3 for
But
the
men
guys.
don't abstain, but you
embating,
say they do.
embating, embating is another form of it, right?
Yes.
Using a protection is one of them, right?
Yeah.
And which was the other form?
Yeah,
Abstinence.
the Godfather. The point is just saying when this word if men have got
How
only
am I
4,
portraying my gender?
it's easy for them to actually use them because it's only 4. They can remember and use those 4, irregardless of women not using their 33. There is no child that's going to be born. So this can be fixed by one side. If men just decide to say, I'm gonna use 3 or one of the 4, then problem solved. So why are we not doing that as men? Why are we putting that on someone else? Why can't we just start the process? We only have got 4. It's not rocket science. Why are we not? Who are we trying to
This
fix? And when we fix them, we start naming them and blaming them, but we didn't do nothing about it.
Can I add to the Godfather's
this is
point?
why the black society is in the chaos that it's in.
We don't need to talk about that.
because
I, I, I
wait,
want to I want to
We
add
don't
to
need
his
to talk
point.
about the black society or any
If
society.
this
if
is why it's in the
we
chaos that it's in, because we allow women to go out there and then have smacks without commitment, and that's
Y'all do
What
that all the
about
resulting
time.
in
men?
Y'all do
What
that all
about
the time.
men?
Men do that all the
We
time.
are
wait,
And
staying.
even worse, they
Women are
abandon
not.
their own
granted,
children.
granted.
Men
Wait,
will
guys.
abandon their
Uh,
own children.
no, men don't leave. It's only women that leave.
Men abandon their own children.
Go,
You see,
go, go,
this
go and
war
look
Men
into
is
will
gonna be
neglect
divorce
men
their
rates.
or
own
women,
children.
so
Wait,
don't
That's a
no,
even.
no,
form.
no,
That's a form of
no,
abuse.
guys, not a
Neglecting
form
your
of
child is a
abuse.
form of abuse.
Guys,
So
out of the 60, wait, guys, out of the 63% of divorces in the country, 80 to 90% of the time, it's only women who file for divorces. Your leave, men stay.
Yeah, and you beat the hell out of them, so you want
Men,
them to stay.
we
Hi,
don't,
come on,
we
guys.
don't, we
but
don't.
I,
So
I
And
let's
I
why?
start
mean
by
Okay,
I mean
okay,
finding out why are
okay.
they
the
leaving.
men
Tim,
the men should
Tim,
also take
Tim,
responsibility for the
Exactly.
Tim,
woman leaving.
Tim, okay, Tim, I'm
Yes.
going to be Thanos and grant you that, ne?
Yes.
Provide us with stats in terms of we can only verify a woman's abuse through a police report being filed.
But based on the stats, why are the reasons
Women
they are
act as
leaving?
damsels in distress when it comes to terminating a relationship. They will always use the other person as an excuse and not see the excuse that they did it themselves.
There's
So
And
why is
opinion
I
though.
think we're
in
not going
most
anywhere.
cases, wait,
We're
There's
in
not
most
gonna see
opinion.
the
cases,
world the same way.
wait, in most cases, you then have to treat a woman as a hostile victim to get out the
stay
truth
out of
in
line.
her.
yo? It's so many steps. I can't keep up.
The
But why is
Godfather.
it called
Exactly.
fatherless children and not motherless children?
Exactly. So
The
what do
If
you
the
say
Godfather.
if the
about that?
men are
Because
You
I
know
feel
why?
like
staying,
You know why?
at the
It's
end of the
called
day, if
fatherless
men were
children.
there for their kids, half of the people who are getting abortions wouldn't have them to begin with.
Godfather. I feel
It's
like
their self-defense.
you are just
What?
basically taking
Right,
all
ladies and gentlemen.
accountability from men by
No, no,
Exactly.
what you are
Y'all
saying.
no. I can
Oh,
easily,
in divorce,
I
in
can easily.
childbirth, in everything. I don't believe in taking all
Okay,
accountability from men
guys, listen.
and just
It's
blaming
called.
women.
Wait. Um, I forgot the study. What it's called. Uh, I'll remember just now. What happened is the reason why it's called fatherless nation is because women choose government assistance more than having a man in the house.
Can you please understand that at the end of the day, for a woman to want a man in the house, he has to propose to her, not deceive her. She's gonna do
Yeah,
it,
okay.
right?
Yes, the man
Y'all,
has to propose to you. For you to acquire that security, what is it that you need to do? Don't you have to preserve yourself for you to acquire marriage first?
if you are
and why are
impregnating,
you preserving yourself?
if you are impregnating other people, because men cheat, let's not negate
You
that.
see,
You will
men
impregnate
cheat,
women outside of your own marriage. What
men
must that
cheat.
woman do? You deceived her
Okay,
into sleeping with you, saying that you were single. So now what?
okay.
Now you're gonna
Tobile, I'm
abandon
going.
her with her twins that
Tobile,
are on the way. Come on, man.
Tobile, Tobile, wait. I'm going to grant you that. Men cheat, right? Men cheat at the rate of 34%. At what rate?
Another
Because
34%.
wait. No. At what
States,
at what
states,
rate?
states.
No. Listen, because men don't cheat on their own; they cheat with other women, right? At what rate or what percentage do women cheat at?
We don't know. This states thing, we are poor,
It's
I think.
42%.
Oh!
Oh man.
There is more men than women.
I no, there's more in South Africa. I'm not sure about South Africa, but in
More
the
women.
world, there's more women than men.
Okay,
But that's
who
when
do
you
these men
cheat.
cheat with? Do they cheat with donkeys and zebras? Or do they
Yes,
cheat with other women?
We might
There's
just
also
now because the men aren't
LGBT.
available.
bro. Bro, you just said that there are more women out there than men.
Yeah, who do they
Men will
cheat
use that as
with?
the same excuse for for polygamy. Men cheat because there are options out there.
No, but men don't have as many options as women.
But that's why they're
That's true.
desperate when they do get an option.
You
But women are more loyal.
Exactly.
I wouldn't
come
say that
again?
because
Guys, I
Come
think we are
again?
losing.
that's only opinions.
Come
We
again?
can't
Let me ask
really
I
you
think
prove
we are
this.
that.
losing it.
Let me ask
Let's
everyone in
go
this
back to the
panel.
topic more. Let's go. I see this story can continue going left, left,
Yeah, we
left
are going off
until
track
we
now.
It's because of these stats.
let's go back because there is a lot of questions that are yet to be answered. Like we just
Whenever
exhaust the
stats
first
put
part.
women at a disadvantage, it makes women to want to be rebellious in some sort of a way because they don't see themselves as a problem. Okay, guys, let me ask you this.
You guys don't see yourself.
If you guys as grown ladies, if you were to advise the younger generation, at what age would you then advise them to prioritize marriage?
At what age?
Can I ask you
Yeah.
the same question? Can I ask you the same question?
I
Do
would say
men have
18
this
plus.
conversation about prioritizing marriage?
All right, before you speak, Tobide, hello guys. Can we welcome Kay? Hello,
Hello,
Kay.
Kay.
Okay.
Okay, hi.
Hello, hi everyone.
All right, Kay, feel free to voice your opinion and participate, okay?
All right.
Good. Tobile, you were still saying?
No, at one point, I'm asking him the same question he's asking us ladies about marriage. Do men even prioritize marriage at a young age?
No,
Yes.
At a young
I
age?
Yes,
wouldn't.
they do.
At a young age, at like 10 years old.
No, not 10 years. Maybe 18. We can
But you
speak
see the
about 18
difference.
maybe.
But you see the difference. Women are conditioned to be that. That as soon as you can wash the dishes, they're telling you how to be a wife.
Tobile,
But
let me,
men as well. Men
Men
are taught from an
Tobile,
early age that you need to be strong, you need to work hard from since birth. I mean, it's the same thing for men.
in most cases, men reach uh, the so-called independency at the age of 30, and they acquire what's known as their financial stride at the age of 45 to 55. Women reach their independency at the age of 18. So it's different for men and women.
I think
Women
Okay,
should
Kay, sorry.
prioritize
prioritize
Did Kay
at
say
like
something?
women should prioritize
don't reach
marriage at a
independence.
younger age.
Women don't reach independency at 18. That's a lie.
Can I ask the Godfather something? Do you feel like taking responsibility is one of the best traits a man can have?
Yeah,
The ability to take responsibility.
yes.
So, but my question is like in everything you are saying is basically like you are just taking responsibility for everything. You are speaking of marriage, giving birth. What responsibility does the father have when it comes to the different forms of contraceptions? I just feel like it. You are basically just arguing from a point of taking responsibility for men
Okay, okay,
in
okay.
different scenarios.
Okay. I'm going to agree with you. In a relationship or in marriage, who most likely to leave a relationship or marriage? Is it a man or a woman?
Women, because it goes back to
Why?
what I just asked you. What
Why
is
do they leave?
because one of the traits of a man is to take
Why do they leave?
responsibility. Because
Why
maybe
do
a
they
man,
leave?
we there's no statistic that shows why a woman leaves. But I
Can
mean, like
I
you can say
Yeah,
you
the
can.
women in the
can I
panel
It's
answer
can tell
that
you.
because
before Kay comes in?
it's
The women can
because they
tell
were
you.
fed this Disney fairy tale of that they need to be happy in a relationship or in marriage, whereas they forget
Which
that
statistic
in
shows you that?
everything you have
Okay,
to
can I
abide by
You're
answer
your
from
actually
a woman's
duties.
contradicting
point of view?
yourself. You're
Can
actually
I answer from a
contradicting
woman's
yourself.
point of view before Kay comes in? So, woman leaves
Mhm.
emotionally long before she
I'm gonna
leaves
get a caught
physically.
in the Chewy.
Please mute
Arman,
Legacy, please carry on.
Okay, so a woman leaves emotionally long before she leaves physically. And that is how long she will actually stay to try and make it work And the day she does leave, you must know she's already been through a lot.
I
I think Kay must go now, okay?
thank you, Legacy. I agree with you. Women normally stay for a lot of like we over compromise, overcompensate. So by the time a woman decides that she's done and dusted with the guy, she will leave. But that is after she has spiritually, mentally, emotionally detached herself.
Exhausted herself.
Okay,
You
can I
see,
can I
you
can I
guys
add to
use
that?
Kay,
all these fancy
oh,
words
hold on,
We
to
guys.
determine
Kay,
what did
we
you say?
want to hear your thought on the topic first. Thank you for contributing, but can we hear your side of your contribution? Is
on the topic.
A B? Can you just tell us how you see it? Then we can then continue with our back and forth.
Are you referring to the topic like now about the marriage or
But
the
There
ABR?
is a topic on the board.
ABR.
Oh, like I'm pro ABR, like absolutely, like this, like my body, my choice. Like on my end, I have been on the receiving end, like supported friends and family who've been in that situation, and I don't believe that an individual should go through a lot of a permanent grief for a temporary mistake, or like, let me not say mistake, pardon, to say a temporary incident, rather. I don't know how to phrase it better. But yeah, no, especially in the economy right now, everything is bad. I think it would be just absolutely cruel to allow a human being with no sort of resources to let it survive. You know what I mean? Like there's lack of finance, there's lack of basically survival resources for that baby to come into the world and thrive. Be it, even if it was like a graping situation, then absolutely it should be legalized. Even if it was like between a boyfriend and a girlfriend, and if the guy wants the whether the guy wants it or not, I feel like as the primary carer, I should have the decision of what to do, because eventually taking it back to the conversation we're having right now, men leave. You know, I could ask us like
Can you
individually to
stick?
say what like
Can
we
can I ask you to stick to one topic, like, because if you're going to make three or four different claims, it's going to be a bit confusing to answer your
Yeah,
question or to
I
basically have a
understand. I
rebuttal.
hear you. So I was just basically trying to make more examples to say no, I'm for it. It's just I wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to struggle already myself struggling, let's say in my situation. I wouldn't want my kid to struggle as well. So yeah.
Can I ask you, do you see it as a human life?
I do. Because it
Mm.
depends. I do agree with the fetus stage that it doesn't, with the scientific point of view, where it hasn't developed anything that biologically ties it to being human. Uh,
Huh?
Wait, where
I
where
mean,
did you get that
ties it to
information
Hi,
from?
boy.
being alive yet, right? With the heartbeat and the
Wait,
mind being formed.
No, no, no,
I'm
no.
I'm I'm
No,
I'm a
no, no,
medical
no, no,
student.
no,
I
no,
can
no.
100%
No,
fully
no, no,
say
no.
that it is considered a human life. It has human
One.
DNA. We know that it's a fetal stage
What's
from
a
of
clump of
human
cells?
from
life.
day one.
What's a clump of cells?
From day
From day one,
one.
it's a fetal stage of, yes. From day one, when conception happens, you know, the father and the mother's DNA, it creates a unique new
Embedded
human life.
in the fallopian tube, and then procreation
We
happens, and then.
I'm a
Mm.
My point is basically, if we are here to say that, okay, it starts becoming a human once it maybe gets a heartbeat or whatnot, isn't that just another stage of becoming a human or being a human? Because you get teenagers, you get babies, you get elderly. These are different stages of the same human being in different stages of their how can I say their progression of life. But it's still the same thing. It's a human.
Like, all right, then it is a human. Then I don't disagree with that point. When you plant a tree, is the seed a tree or a seed?
Is it a tree or a seed? There's the
Yes.
difference. There's the difference. The seed would be like a
No,
sperm. The
is the
seed.
seed that's going to become a tree in that moment as it's a seed, is it a seed or is it a tree?
It's
Can I
still a
answer?
seed of a tree. It's a seed. We know it's a tree
It's
seed.
a
We
seed,
know it's not
right?
a seed.
It's a
It's not a
seed,
human
right?
seed.
So
But is it a
when you
human seed?
destroy the seed, did you cut off the tree, meaning killing the tree, or did you destroy the seed?
You destroy the tree.
No, don't.
No.
No,
My reasoning is right.
if
Okay,
you take
okay.
a
We
hammer, if you
how
take a,
what
hear me out,
my
hear me
question
out,
is
hear me out. If I give you right now a pumpkin seed and I give you a hammer and you smash it and it turns
a a, a what seed?
into a
A
pumpkin,
pumpkin seed.
yeah, right.
So
I'm making
we
an
know it's a
example.
pumpkin seed, right?
We know it's a
My
pumpkin
point is
seed. We know it's
so
an egg,
we know it
right?
belongs to pumpkins. It comes
No,
from
hear me
pumpkins.
out. We
So
know it's
we
a
know,
pumpkin seed. We know it's an egg, right? So I give you the pumpkin seed and I give you Thor's hammer and I'm like, smash the seed. It's no longer a seed, right? It's gone. It's dust now. But if you put the seed into the soil to become, which is now what are we talking about? Implantation? Or what are we talking about? We're talking about fertilization and then you water it, right? It's still not a tree. It's still a seed now transforming, right?
Can I answer, Kay?
hmm?
And then it's
But
still going to
wait. Let me
then
just
when
answer a
and
question.
then finally when
My
it grows
my.
into a tree and when you finally see
le-
the tree and it bears fruit, then we can say it's a tree and then we've
No,
now
but the thing is, we know your whole argument defeats your point because we know it's a pumpkin seed. We know it's a tree seed. We know it belongs to this specific um species. We know that a baby, when it's a fetus, we know it's a human. Like you say, okay, it's not a dolphin fetus, it's a human fetus. We know it's a human. That's my whole point. You are saying, okay, it's a pumpkin seed. It's not a
it's
pumpkin yet.
not
It's a
yet
seed,
into
but
a
we know it's a
pumpkin.
pumpkin.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
that's what I was trying to tell you. It's a
Okay.
different stage of a pumpkin. It's still
Because do you
a
know
pumpkin.
you're not allowed to even like at a certain stage, I think it's from 6 to 12 weeks. After 12 weeks, you're not allowed to get an ABR.
But my point is,
ABR
Why
is
is
legal
that?
till 6
Because
months.
then afterwards it would be
So so
offing.
so 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 what happens after those 12 weeks that makes it a human?
You tell me, you're the bio guy.
No, you are arguing the fact that it's because it's legal. So I'm asking you, what makes it a human after those 12 months? What is the thing that, because
All
this is
the
your argument,
vital
not mine.
organs have then formed, making it what we are, the heartbeat, the
So
brain, and
what
everything
about
that matters.
people born without certain organs?
Honey, let me tell you why. Okay, someone asked even in the comments, like, we don't even give out death certificates. Do you understand?
Hmm? I know you
We
were
don't even
speaking
give
from a
out
legal
death
perspective. I'm
certificates.
speaking.
If it was murder, like, why aren't there certificates printed out to say this has been terminated?
Can can can
Can
can
I
Okay,
can
let me
I answer,
reply to
Kay?
you to what you are saying. Do you know there were more inhumane things that were legal years ago? Do you know that there were way more inhumane things that were legal under law? So we base our morals or what we see as right or wrong from what the law says or what the government says? Because my point is, if we take that route, then there's a lot of things that we can say were right for the time because it was legal.
I have a question, guys. I have a question. I want to know from your seeing.
I
Let's
want Kay to
assume.
respond to what I just said.
All right, all right.
Be-
Can you repeat? Sorry.
My point is, right, if we are going to basically, you were speaking about death certificates and it being legal or not illegal, there were a lot more inhumane things that were legal across history. Are we going to say that those things were right because it was legal to do it?
I don't know what you're talking about. The
I'm
legal.
talking about,
I'm not.
can
I'm not sure
can
what
I can
legalities you're talking about. What are you mentioning? What are you talking about?
you said, right, we don't even give death certificates for to fetuses, and we don't it's not even
Right.
illegal to do,
I didn't say
almost like it
anything
makes
about
it.
anything being illegal. I said we don't give out death certificates for
Yes,
that.
Tech,
but what
Tech, can I
what
help
is your
you?
point in
Tech,
saying that?
Tech, let me help you. I'm not attacking K, but I'm just helping you to make your point or to answer K in the best way that you have answered before. There is a point where you said when a pregnant lady is killed, it's considered a double homicide. That should cancel
Hmm?
what K was saying. So I think you can use that. That Kay, do you know that when a pregnant lady is killed, the person who killed the pregnant lady is charged with double homicide, not one.
Can we use the word kill, or isn't it against guidelines?
It's not.
Okay,
Use
but yeah,
unalive.
So
that's my point, right? Kay was
yeah,
trying to basically validate her point of it not being alive based on it's not getting a death certificate.
Guys,
That's why
sorry.
I felt the
To
need to
say
bring
yes,
in
it's
Sorry,
not
guys, just to
Kay.
correct you,
recognized.
you can't use the K word, please. You can't use. You can use unalive. You can
all
use the
right,
K
all
Oh,
right.
word. You
okay.
Thank you.
cannot use it. Yeah, you may continue.
So Tech, you
Yeah,
see,
that
there is a lot of things that sometimes they are for and against. So I just bring it to you that as at one point when is a pregnant lady is unalived, it's double homicide. But still on that double homicide, there is one death certificate. So as you say
yeah,
that not everything that is gonna be on the law is right or is the way
yeah,
to
that's
go.
basically my
That's
point.
why
Yeah.
on my
We
argument
can
I was saying we can agree that it's wrong, but to make them say it's illegal, that's when it's extreme because it's a decision of a person. And from my view
no, but
also, from let me talk from the society point of view, because I wanted to ask, like, the way, let's say we agree to say
mm,
let's this not happen. What good does it bring? Bringing
what
kids
good
that
does?
are not than bringing kids that are not needed by their mother, that the mother feels like, I don't want this person. what
Okay,
what what, what good
what
does it
if
bring?
what if the child is born and the mother no longer feels a need to have the child? Is she now can she be allowed to then
No, I
unalive the child?
look, I think I can see what you are saying, but I want to first hear from your side first, that on your thinking that, let's say this is not allowed. When you say this
Mm?
is not allowed, what's the main achievement that we want to achieve on it? Is it
The
edifying the
preservation,
is it it's
I would say the
edifying the
preservation of human
community?
life.
To what
I would
cause?
say, right,
To because honestly I
from
feel
my
like,
standpoint, right.
mm,
Now, let me quickly answer you. From my point of view, is right. Once we start to label things, different humans, as something else, we start to dehumanize them, and then we find reasons to be able to. Oh, it's legal, by the way, now. So, but then we find reasons to unalive more and more people, and then we can start labeling other humans as well, and say, okay, there's no need to have, disabled people anymore.
uh,
We don't need disabled people anymore because they are not considered humans because they lack a limb or they don't have this. Now, my reasoning, I'm not saying anyone is saying that, but I'm saying once we start to label humans as less or not human, and we give rights in order to unalive those humans that don't have a voice, they can't speak up for themselves, then then it can go further from there. That's why I'm so opposed to the idea of getting ABC, to of
okay,
the
so I
act of
think I
ABC,
hear
because I
you.
feel.
I think I hear you, but I feel like your argument is coming from the unsaid or something that has been said outside. Because from what I'm saying and what we're saying, we are agreeing that we're not saying it's less of a human being or anything. So we're saying it's in the mother and the mother has the right. So I want to use this example.
But
I'm not sure.
saying
Just hold on.
it can be unalived is saying that it's less
All
human
right,
being.
let
Saying
me
that
use this
it
example. Let
deserves.
me use this example. Maybe to work, maybe it's wrong. You will help me. Do you know that when there is war, people are unalived, and that is
Sorry?
not considered
Yeah, yeah,
and that is not
yeah.
considered. That is not considered the M word, because
Yes,
there
yes.
is a situation that is called for that. So on my standing, I'm
But can I
thinking.
explain it
No,
from that example?
I'm
Because you
still
made an
explaining.
example
I'm
of it.
just saying how I see.
Okay.
I see it
Mm,
as the way we unalive people at a war is the
mm.
way we women are unaliving.
But it's not the same. It's
No,
not
I'm
the
saying
same thing. That's
the
what I'm
way I
trying to say.
see. I'm saying the way I see.
Okay, but can
I'm
I
not
tell
saying
you why it's wrong to see it in that way?
you explain to me, but that's my best case, that
Okay.
we can say people have been unalived and it's the same act, but there is a time in this world that we agree for the unaliving of people.
Okay,
We
can
are
I ask you,
saying
right?
there is a time we
Do
can agree.
d- does unborn babies are they unalive for the same reason that people
No,
in war are
my
unalive?
point is there is a point that we have agreed to unalive people. You see,
Hmm?
we as people have
That's at
come
the cost.
together
That's at the
and
cost of
agreed.
another person's life.
That
That's
means we
it.
have agreed to unalive people, right? So the fact
Yeah,
that
but
there
the
is a
agreement
group
is
of
different.
people. No, I'm just saying there is a time we can agree. So the whole point is
Ah,
on us
okay.
agreeing, seeing the same vision, looking at the pros and cons, and see we agree that there is a war that's supposed to be done and people should be unalived. So the
So
conversation now is we want to bring this also as the same approach. We want to explain why we see that these unwanted babies are more dangerous than the people that we are fighting with. Yes, in
okay.
the war.
Can I first can I first respond to someone in the comment who said Teki is saying ABR is wrong, so she wants to know what the solution is. I feel like the solution would be men should start taking responsibility for doing the situation, and after that if the women also agree to do the deed, then she should also take responsibility for what she did, and in that case then they need to take responsibility for what they have both done. And now I'll get back to your point now. um you said in war we have agreed as humans that okay, it's okay to take to unalive another person. The reason I say that it doesn't really hold up in a logical standpoint is because we as humans believe that it's um if we believe in the preservation of life, right? If something is standing in the way of preservation of life, like war, this person is coming to unalive me now, then I believe that you have the human right to live. So you have the human right to preserve your own life in that case. But when it comes to ABC, the act of ABC, 99.9% of ABC cases, it's not a life or death situation. Yes, I agree. There is a 0.001% where it falls under grape or the other stuff. But for the 99.9%, it it doesn't come to a point. It's basically you are making a decision for this child and saying, okay, you are going to have a hard life and you are going to struggle, or I don't want you in this moment. But all those excuses can be applied to people, to children that are born as well. You can apply that to that same logic to a 1 year old. If a 1 year old is born, it can't survive without the help of a mother. If we leave a 1 year old on its own, it still won't survive. So for me, it becomes a slippery slope. Once we try to justify, like you said, okay, a war, but in wars, it's okay to
But
unalive
like,
people.
do you see where
Uh,
like that funny thing is that you said a child can survive without its mother? There are men
yes,
here doing the exact thing that abortion provides, which is abandoning their kids, abandoning responsibility.
but in my statement, didn't I say that men should take full responsibility? I was
How?
How
addressing the
when
men
will
as
that
well.
happen? That's the
But
thing. People get
that's
pregnant every single day. When will that happen? We've been
but
waiting for
that's
y'all to take responsibility.
that's the thing, man. We should as men, because one I asked the Godfather, I asked him what is one of the defining traits of a man, and or is taking responsibility one of the defining things of a man, like the ability to take on responsibility and do what a man should do. And he said yes, but
He's not. He's yeah.
for my
I heard
point
his
of view,
points.
yeah, it seems like a different argument from
Yeah,
his
because
side.
he's putting it all on the woman. But also on what
Yeah, no.
Godfather said, he said that I wanted to bring it up before Mara, you guys were talking. I didn't want to interrupt. Godfather, you said that a female gets to the age of independence at 18. Don't you think that's a problem? What's wrong?
Don't I think what, dear?
That's problematic to think that a woman
That's an
reaches the
adult,
age
right?
of independency at 18, like you said.
That's an adult, right, dear?
But it's still a
Is,
problem. It's still problematic
is she not an
because you
adult?
said that a man reaches the age
Wait,
of independency at 30.
wait, dear. Is she not an adult yet at 18?
She is legally, yes, she is an adult
Yeah.
legally.
Mm-hmm.
But do you think if an 18-year-old got pregnant, she will be equipped to be a parent?
Yes, she's an adult.
No, just because you're an adult doesn't mean you
At
have
what
the
age?
knowledge of
Okay.
how to raise a
I
child.
asked this question prior. At what age should a woman prioritize marriage?
50,
50.
50.
65.
Exactly. Yes, even yeah.
All right. At what age do women reach what is known as geriatric pregnancy, which simply means old and dangerous pregnancy? At what age?
40.
Come again?
40.
You a bit far off. It's
40.
35. It's 35.
40.
A
It's
woman is
35.
telling you.
40
Different.
is me.
Women are different. They're
A
not
40,
the
woman,
same.
40 is,
exactly.
wait, guys. 40 is your menopause. Geriatric pregnancy
No,
is now
no, no, you
35.
got
Oh,
it wrong.
You see,
you listen too much to men.
this is the thing. This is the thing. Whenever you try and educate women about themselves, they they resort.
How is
Wait,
that?
they.
Bro, how that's like trying to say you're trying to educate God on God. Like,
This is
no.
the
You
thing.
have
Make
women
it make
telling you how it
sense.
is, telling you how they
Whenever
experience
you
it.
tell
Women
women
of
the
different
honest truth,
ages telling you how it is,
wait,
and you refuse to listen.
Can I say
women,
something quickly?
wait, okay,
Can I
wait.
say
I'll give
something
you,
quickly before
I'll
you
give you
carry
a chance.
on?
I'll give you a chance. Dear. I'll give
That's
you a
the
chance.
biggest problem.
I'll
You
give
are
you a
not
chance.
trying to correct men. You are trying to correct women.
I am.
Not
I am.
correcting
I
men.
am. Give me a platform to address all the things. This is the thing. Whenever you try and educate women about themselves, they resort to the sign method, which is shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right. You guys right now are trying to be right, and you're trying to guilt trip me of what I'm saying. You can Google right now and say
Google doesn't
what
push
age.
through, honey.
Wait. Okay. To all the women here, when last did you go to an OBGYN?
Last month.
Why are you answering?
Wait. No.
Exactly.
No. Okay, wait. You're obstetrician gynecologist. And then when, how old are you, dear?
What's the point?
No. I'm telling, the point is, women should prioritize marriage prior to men. Men should acquire resources first and then acquire marriage after. A man, they start gaining their independence at 30 and they reach their financial stride at 45 to 55.
Where did you get the statistics?
The problem is that he says 18-year-old
Come
women
again?
reach the age of independence. That's
Come
my
again?
because let
I'm
me give
asking where you've been getting your information this entire night because you are killing me
Okay.
with your stats.
Okay. Okay.
How do you expect an 18-year-old to reach full dependence while they are in matric? You understand that that woman, or that you assume is capable of living a whole
It's a
housewife
problem.
lifestyle
It's a
is
problem.
still a
It's a problem.
teenager, is still a teenager in
That's an
school,
adult, not a
in
teenager.
high
Not a teenager.
school, legally is an adult,
a year
legally is
old,
deemed an adult,
but a
still
year old
living with
or
their in
a
the
child.
care of their parents.
Okay. Okay. I mean, no disrespect, ne? Did you go to school?
Oh God.
Wait, no,
God!
no,
Oh
no,
hell no!
Guys,
no.
she went to the.
No, man. Don't
Coach,
do
Answer a
that.
simple
coach,
My
question.
God.
Okay.
I
Okay.
know,
coach!
guys.
Answer a
You're
simple
not
Somebody get
question.
him!
serious.
You
Oh
say
no
Okay.
yes,
way!
Okay.
Godfather, but people
Okay.
get
I'm
mad when
addressing
someone
you.
says zip up your pants. Like
I'm
how?
Yeah,
addressing
How
I
can
K.
you
was
say
I
Wait.
was
that?
nailed for
Wait.
that.
No, coach,
Ochi, where are
no,
you?
we're
Where's
not
that
going to
person?
disrespect each other like that. Hell
Where's that
We're
no.
person who
not.
was policing people on what
Hey,
to say? Where
listen.
are you now?
Yeah, the
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
moderator.
whoa, whoa.
Can the God please
You
because
see.
you are using
Ladies
language
and
like
gentlemen, ladies
educating
and gentlemen,
people.
No, 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 no.
whoa,
You
whoa.
see, check. This is the problem that we have in
Ladies and
society.
gentlemen,
Women
remember, let us
always
be
do this.
respectful in our speech, right? Let's be respectful, please.
But can you
Thank
see
you.
how it sounds like if I tell you let me educate you it just sounds like you are making them out to be dumber than you or something.
Yeah, lower than
No,
you.
no, I'm not. No, I'm
You
not.
are.
Listen, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Check. Listen, we all went to school, right? And the information that we were given was learning that 1 plus 1 is 2. We did not ask about where do they get this from and everything and everything. This is the shaming method. All they need
Okay.
is
Can I
all
ask
they
you a
need is
question?
a simple textbook
Serious.
or a history book to learn all these things.
The Godfather, can I ask you a question, please?
By all means, dear.
Why are you only on the man's side? Everything that you say only benefits the man. The age thing. A girl is an adult at 18,
That's
Yeah.
predatory.
right? But the man must be allowed to be 30.
And live his life by the age of
And
40.
yeah, the man can be forgiven for not taking accountability for 4 contraceptives, but the woman must remember to have 33 boxes ticked. You are being very unfair in
And
the way
biased.
you display this whole thing. Maybe you should just for 1 minute look at life fairly and not just be on the man's side.
Okay, legacy. Let me ask you a simple question. At what age would you then say to women they should prioritize marriage? Because
We
you
answered that
prioritize
question
marriage
It's an
first
already.
individual
before you
choice.
procreate. Wait. You prioritize marriage first and then you then follow by procreation.
And if
At
you don't
what
want to
age
have
should a
kids,
woman prioritize that?
It's an individual choice.
That's a good question, Tobile. What happens if you don't want to have kids?
and am I now forced to have kids just because my husband wants? I'm the one
A
carrying
woman,
them. I can actually die at
okay.
birth.
Here's what I've in the studies that I've read and research that I've done. Women who tend not to have kids or don't want to have kids, they stem from trauma. There's either they have a childhood trauma or there's some sort of sexual trauma that they've suffered from that delays them or that pulls them out of wanting to have kids. Because in the Garden of Eden, what was Eve's purpose?
To eat the apple.
Not everyone is Christian,
God
so
damn it.
why are
Can
you
we
Guys,
can we not speak
Like
from a
guys.
religious standpoint?
Okay, guys. I think I have something that I'm not sure if I'm right. I think from my understanding, the reason, correct me, Godfather, if I'm I'm wrong. The reason why Godfather really want the pregnancy not to be terminated is not really for the sake of the child. It's a form of saying we want you to be punished for what you didn't do right because you were supposed to do it this way. You were supposed to prioritize marriage. You were not supposed to do the
Thank
deed
you.
before. So the reason why he's trying to say this is wrong is coming from the point of saying it should be the consequences, the punishment of you doing
And that's
the
horrible to think
dead,
because a
of
child
which
should never be a punishment,
I feel like
Godfather.
Godfather. I feel like if that's how you see, I think you're right, but I think it's wrong because the truth of the matter is you are not even considering the the child
But is
itself.
that
You are not
Godfather's
considering.
Okay,
is that
okay.
his point?
Tim, let me ask you
Yes,
this
sir.
simple question. Let me ask you this
Yes.
simple question. If a woman wants to get married and I do not want to marry her, can she force me to do so?
No, she can't.
Then I'm the gatekeeper of relationship and marriage, right? As a man.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whereas she is the gatekeeper of sex and fertility because I cannot
Yes.
force her. If she does not want to have
Yes.
sex with me, I cannot force
Yes.
her to have sex with me.
Yes.
The
What if she
So
doesn't
you
Godfather,
want to
see,
but
carry the
you
baby?
the
see,
Wait.
Godfather.
wait.
If she doesn't
Listen,
want to continue
Godfather.
Tim,
being pregnant,
Let
can you
Godfather.
force her?
check.
So you see the thing, what you have said,
You've
that's what
just
I was
proven a
thinking.
point.
That's correct. That's correct. But now I feel like now because she has done what she was in her power, but now there is pregnancy. Now you want to bring that power away from here.
Okay, Tim, listen.
Yes.
What women find attractive and what men find attractive are
No,
two
no, no,
different
Godfather.
things.
Let's
Wait,
not go away. Let's not go away from the topic. Let's
I
stick to
am
the
not.
topic.
I am
I'm
not. I am
saying,
not.
listen, Godfather. I'm saying you saying women hold the power to pregnancy and
Yeah, sex and
to
fertility.
sex and I'm just going a step further and saying they also hold power to the carrying of the pregnancy and the coming out of the baby. That you must
Yeah,
understand they hold the power and no one
yeah,
can
that's all
take
part of
out.
fertility.
Yes,
That's all
they
part of
hold the
fertility.
power.
Yeah.
So
Mm.
that's what we are just saying. They hold the power. But now, because you don't want them to hold that power, you then want to make it illegal. Because now they hold the power. So we need to make it illegal so that they can't use the power that they
Okay,
hold.
Tim, let me ask you this
Yes,
simple question.
bring
Are
it.
you then saying to us here, or are you then saying to me that you're advocating for women to go out there and have smacks without commitment and increase their body count?
I'm not advocating for anyone,
Then
men
what are
and
you saying?
women. I'm saying I'm not advocating for men and women to go out. But what I'm not advocating for
Please
doesn't
answer
mean it
the
doesn't
question the way
happen.
I formulated it, please.
Yes. Okay.
Please answer
I'm
the
not,
question the way I
yes,
formulated it
I'm
and
not
not the way
advocating
that
for it.
you think.
Okay. Godfather, I'm not advocating for it, but I know
Yes.
it will happen. If it happens, I'm also not saying they must be punished by carrying the baby that they didn't want because they did uh, they did.
Okay,
I'm not
Tim,
advocating, but I'm also
Tim.
saying yes, sir.
Okay, fine. I'm going to grant you your argument, right? If I grew up poor and I decide to go out and rob a bank because I want financial stability, is that morally right or is morally wrong?
Wrong.
Why is it wrong?
If you are robbing, it's wrong.
Okay. So if they engage in smacks out of marriage, is that morally right or morally wrong?
It's morally wrong.
Then who do you blame?
I don't blame anyone. I say it's wrong.
God damn it. Tim, please, let us learn to hold our mothers accountable the same way we hold our absent fathers accountable for their actions. And let us give forgiveness and remorse to our absent fathers the same way we do to our mothers.
You see
Can
what
can I
you
add
see why
something?
where I'm differing with you is I'm saying two people decided to go and do the deed, and one person is supposed to face the consequences.
I
That's
see
where my
someone.
my problem
Wait,
is.
I see someone in the
Who
comments
doesn't?
saying we shouldn't impose our morals on others, but laws exist. That's, yeah, literally the imposing of morals on others. So it does exist.
Okay,
But we
guys,
don't
let me
have the
ask you
same
this:
morals.
the
That's
the
what she was
laws,
trying to say, I
where do they
think.
stem from? The laws, where do they stem
The
from? They
laws
do
stem
not
from
stem.
morals. They come
Yeah.
from
So what's
morals. So
morally
it's basically
correct?
imposing those.
So what's
Those.
morally correct? You acquiring marriage first and then procreating after, or acquiring. The problem is, in the black society, black women have been afforded the ability to do as they wish and not face any consequences, whereas a man is subjected to facing consequences. And now the problem lies with that black women go out there and do as they wish and then engage in
You
these
almost sound
relationships.
jealous, Ngare. You are having an issue with that.
You see, this is a generation that we're raising.
But I mean,
Ivo,
Women
dude,
who
no.
don't take
So
accountability for
destructive.
their
I
actions.
I feel like
This is the this is
we
the
are
generation we're raising.
we are
Women who
away
don't
from
take
the topic
accountability
now.
with their actions. Listen, in
Now it's men
any
versus
society,
women.
no, in any society except for black
That's the
society,
point. We are getting away from the
everybody
topic.
is
It's now men
shaming.
versus women, and
No,
That's
no,
so
actually
far
the
off
no.
the
topic
topic.
itself is not gonna be
It
exhaustive
stems
as well
from that.
because
It
it's
stems from
on
that.
one gender.
It stems from that. We in the black society, we've taken away shaming people for doing things. At first, it used to be shameful for you to have a baby out of wedlock. You need to acquire marriage first before you can have kids.
Should it be illegal also?
In 1963, the birth rate of kids that were born out of marriage was sitting at 29% and was seen as a pandemic at that
Please
time.
stop with the stats, bro. Like, no, it's
The stats are long.
Okay, I fully agree with you, Kay. You're laughing and all this, right? And when I ask you simple questions, you don't want to answer, and you want other people to
what question
come
did you
in
ask?
and be in your
What
defense.
question
I
did you
asked
ask
you,
though?
did you go to school first?
No,
Hi,
that was
Bo. No,
rude.
Godfather, don't go
Did
back,
you
You're being
please.
graduate? Did you
rude.
graduate?
That's
Did you
rude.
You are
graduate?
being so rude
I'm not
because
being
you
rude.
don't. You're
All
not.
you need,
You've
all you need
drifted
is a
this
history
entire
book and
conversation
a
off
textbook.
topic. You're
All you
not
need
even
is a history
making
book
sense
and a
right now.
textbook.
You're just disrupting
Okay,
the
what if
No.
she
panel.
didn't go to school? What are you gonna say next?
Then I would educate, I would educate her on what I'm
And
saying.
you got the
What?
But
teacher's
On
degree.
what?
because she did, all she needs is
I
Google
can't anymore.
and her own
On
knowledge
what? I
in
don't
sourcing
think
all
your
these
school
things that
did
I'm
a good
saying.
job either way.
We deviated so far from the
So
topic, man.
far,
We
can
are
we
on a
go back?
different
Because
topic
this is
now.
boring already.
This is the problem we have.
No, the
Godfather,
problem is you're undermining
That's why the black
everyone.
society is sitting at
All
Godfather.
right,
83.6%
ladies and gentlemen,
babies born
before
out
we
of
continue,
wedlock.
can we welcome Kanya?
Yeah.
Hello,
Hello, Kanya.
Kanya.
Good evening, good evening, good evening.
Anya.
How are you?
Good
Good.
in you.
Good, good.
I'm alright, thank you. How you all? How are
Yeah,
you, Outie?
Oh, we
How are
we
you?
sweating here.
I'm good and you, my dear.
I'm fantastic. No, I'm hearing the
All
conversation
right,
here
now
and
we
I'm
can
worried.
continue. I
Can I?
understand. Yes, you
Uh,
can speak.
uh,
You can continue. We're just welcoming Kanya.
okay, Godfather. I've been listening to all your points now the whole time,
Mhm.
and I. Okay, I'm glad that you also have a stance on AB, the act of AB, but from the other guy said, right? You didn't even reject his how can I say, his interpretation of what you stand for or what you meant. So when he said that you are basically using ABC or you want to take away the right of ABC solely for the fact that you want to use it as a form of punishment for women. You didn't even say no. That's not what I'm saying, or that's not what I'm standing for.
Okay, if you were to take that out, do you think that these women would go out here and be engaging in sexual activities the way they do?
But is that your stance? Is this what you stand for or your beliefs?
Yes.
So you
We need to
want it to be a form of punishment for them
you
to not
you
just go
you
around.
you need to shame women for their actions. The thing is, we've taken away shaming them for their actions, and they go out here. I mean, like right now, if you look at the amount of relationships and everything, a woman out of it's even harder for you to find a virgin by the time the woman reaches the ages of 18.
Hmm? I understand what you're saying, yeah. But for
Yeah,
me, it's
because now these women are advocating them that they should go out here and have smacks without any commitment, because now the society would then understand that they were too young and everything. If we were to understand that they were too young, if your child was to go to school and then your child failed all the subjects and got maybe a G or a F, and then when they come back to you, and then when they give you a report and say, yeah, well, I got some of them right, would you as a parent
mm,
understand?
no,
Or would you
I wouldn't
scold the
understand.
child for
Can I
you would
say?
scold the child, right? You would scold the
Yes,
child, right? And you would
yes,
make the child improve her grades, right?
yes.
Can I come?
This
Can I
is
come in
this
with
is
it?
what needs to happen with black women. The
Oh
fact
my
that the
word!
fact the fact that they were raised
But women isn't your child, though.
86.4%.
Can I
There's a difference
please
between a
say
woman and your
something?
child.
Come again?
Can I please
There's a
say
difference
something?
between a woman and your child. Sorry, legacy. But I just want to
What's the
say quickly,
difference?
the difference between a woman and your child is you are not dating a child. You're not looking at your woman like your child.
Thank you.
You see, this is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem that women can go out into society and create all the chaos that we as men need to
What
deal with.
the actual heck are you saying, Godfather? What?
All the kids that are born
Where
out
are
of marriage are
you? Like,
degenerates, and they create chaos into society.
how are we creating chaos?
Okay, feeding and clothing a child, it's not taking care of a child, or it's not raising a child. Raising a child involves a mother and a father instilling discipline and chastity in the father into the child, so that they can go out into society and become better
Sorry, no,
individuals.
no. I don't think we should
Have
continue
you
with this
seen
conversation
have
with
you seen
your
have you
biased
seen the amount of
opinions
delinquents we have in
about how
society
you
right
feel
now?
about women. Can we
Wait,
change the topic? I'm sorry. Can
have
we,
you
like, no,
seen?
no. Can we change the
Yeah,
topic? Because I do
this is a
not agree with
problem.
anything you are
Whenever
saying.
whenever you
I
mention
do not
facts,
agree with anything you're saying. I feel
Okay,
like it has little
the
value. I'm
the
sorry.
Godfather, the Godfather. Okay, so what should we do then about men committing the most violent crimes?
the
Exactly.
most
What
violent crimes. What do you mean?
men commit
Only
the
gender-based
most?
violence, Godfather. All the men killing women. You sound like such a jealous
Because
bitter black
from
man.
my
Okay.
perspective, is you
You want to
making
talk
this
about GBV?
no, not just
GBV.
GBV. I'm talking
Okay.
about all crimes. In majority men commit most crimes. So I'm asking you, what should we do? Because you have all these solutions for women that they should do this,
Yep.
they should do that. So
The
what
the
is your
the,
solution
the,
for men?
the problem is, ne, women have found, or women know the weakness in men and how to manipulate men, right? And if you can look at your stats in terms of your kidnapping, your murders, your adoption,
That's again.
your wait,
I
wait,
think
wait.
those are against guidelines. Can you use them?
No. You're shying away. If you can look at all of those things, those crimes that I've mentioned, you'd find that most of the time, women are the one orchestrating it.
What? What?
The unaliving of spouses.
The
Who
No,
Godfather.
I'm
give
not. I'm not
Yo,
talking
we got
about
too
this.
The
much credit
Godfather.
there.
Nginembuzo la baba. I
Okay,
think
dear.
I've been quiet. I've been trying here to say, you know what, it's too soon, it's too soon. But now we are like, you understand?
Okay.
Why? Let's take the credit, guys. Let's take it.
Now I've
Tony,
just got a
is that
question. I know
you?
your stats and all of that. Ne?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm interested in finding out about you because you sound like you're a man with quite the strong views. And you know what? I love the fact that you stand by your views regardless. Eh? So
Yes, dear.
tell me, are you a product of a two-parent household, a single mom? I'm trying to understand something here.
Two-parent household, my love.
You're from a two-parent household, and you
Yes, dear.
yourself, do you have children?
Yes, I do.
Okay. No,
Let
I
me have it.
so your opinions are based solely on the fact that you come from a two-parent household. So because you specifically come from something specific, does it mean everybody should be afforded the very same thing that you came out of? There's no room for people being different in your eyes.
Different how, dear?
For example, you mean to tell me you don't know of anybody at your workplace, anybody successful who was raised by a single mother?
That's that exceptions don't make the rule, my love.
I'm
There's
not
a
referring
few.
to exceptions. I'm talking about
Yeah, yeah.
humans that are there that are
There
walking,
is a smaller
roaming these
percentage.
streets.
There is a smaller percentage
Mm.
that stems or that comes out of being raised from a single mother household.
You know, as somebody who was raised by both parents, hearing you, it doesn't sound like you were because you sound your bitterness towards women. I'm trying to understand where that's stemming from.
I'm not bitter, my love. I'm not bitter.
No, that's
You know the
sounding.
problem.
It's coming across as really bitter, sir.
Kanya,
No,
Kanya,
no, no. The
please
problem
don't
is
make
that
our guest uncomfortable.
Asoze, ngiyabuza, he made me
no,
uncomfortable by
it's
speaking of
fine.
women
It's
like
fine.
that.
Making
It's
everybody
fine.
I'm
uncomfortable.
a woman. He
Out
can't
is
speak about
fine.
women like that, and then you're telling me what I mustn't make him
I'm okay
uncomfortable.
to engage with her.
No
It's fine,
ways,
Auchi.
out. No ways.
Kanya,
Kanya,
If
listen.
you're willing to lash it out, then be willing to take it.
Okay,
please,
Kanya.
we are here to have a conversation.
And I'm
Let's
conversing with
not
him.
make
Where
it
did I
each other
disrespect
feel
him?
uncomfortable. Nah?
Where did I
Auntie
So
is
disrespect
also
him?
very biased because he
I
clapped me
saw.
out just now for
let's
talking
Please.
about the
How?
grandson
let's stick to the
now he
How?
conversation.
Out.
validated this.
Yeah, get out. Yeah, get out.
Let's stick to the conversation and not ask any personal
Asoze
questions.
out. Ngoba nako
Kanya.
yes.
Kanya, listen. I do stem from a two-parent household, right? And how my father raised me to be the man that I am in society right now. I can bet you right now, I can bet you every life saving that I have. If you and I were to be engaged in a conversation and everything, you would want to be my woman because I have morals and values.
No.
And a man who agrees to everything that you say or that you think, you'll find them being docile and weak.
Look, I'm not saying a man should agree with everything that I say or think, right? But a man who thinks that being disrespectful towards women
I'm not being
is being
disrespectful.
no, you are, you are, you
Very
are. No matter how you want
disrespectful.
to look at it, you are.
Here's the
So a
problem, my
man
love.
that is disrespectful towards women and sees women as possessions and not humans, that is not the man for me in
Here-
any way, shape, or form.
Here's the problem, my love. Ne?
It's actually very
The,
unattractive.
okay.
Yeah, that's why,
Okay.
I don't want to put it like that because somebody's attracted to it clearly
I
and somebody
I
has
I
to be.
I I I,
But
I
I'm not
tend
one
to
of them.
I tend to pay attention to what women do and not what they say. Women might say that they want a good guy, but their actions say quite the opposite
Mina,
of
my
them wanting a
actions will
good guy.
very much tell you
Okay,
that I'm fully
okay,
because of the
listen.
way.
Okay,
Yeah.
listen. Okay, listen. How I speak, ne? It's
Mm.
how every man feels and speaks the same way. It's just that they don't have the sheer audacity to voice it out,
Ah,
right?
so
And
when
now,
you are
how?
appointed as the
Wait,
spokesperson for
Kay.
every man with no voice, I love that.
Kay, listen. Kay, listen. Now, how I say it, it becomes a problem to women because they have never had, majority of them have never had a father's love
You
and
Kenya out.
discipline.
I think she left or they swapped her.
Oh, okay. So, the thing here is that there are so many men that have actually been debating with you and not on the same page with you, but you still have the stance that all men think alike. Not all men think alike, and not all men are
They're not
hurt.
debating, they're asking for more
No, they weren't
clarity.
asking. They weren't. They were challenging you, actually.
They were asking for more clarity.
Oh no!
I haven't engaged with a guy that was challenging me.
The whole evening.
They were asking for clarity, dear.
So, team,
Or perhaps I was the only one on
and
this line.
okay, I
Come
must
again,
have
dear.
been on the wrong live then.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we are digressing. Can we go back to the topic?
Okay, I think we need to actually move on to point two.
Yes, let's do
Moderator, yeah.
exactly. Um, wait, I think we've addressed point two. Can we go to three?
What was
Yeah.
two again? Two is the
If the father wants the baby and the mother doesn't, who decides? I think we also spoke about that
we
as well.
exhausted that. Okay.
Yes. Let's go to point three. If the mother wants the baby and the father doesn't, must he be compelled to accept the child?
I
All
say
right, so
no.
this is how we're gonna do it. I am going to give you a period of 3 minutes to be able to voice your own opinion, and then we are going to engage each other after everyone has spoken. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let me put a timer. We're gonna start with K above.
Sorry, what's the point three? If the mother wants the child and the father doesn't, must he be compelled to accept the child? Is that the topic?
Mm-hmm.
No. Honestly, if I want to keep my baby and the guy I had the kid with doesn't want the child, then that's his business. That's fine, especially if I'm like financially independent, then it's fine. He doesn't have to be a part of the story. Then I can just do as I please. But he shouldn't be able, if that is your decision from the beginning, like just continue with that, and like not like later on, like if there's some sort of life-changing events, because people do that. If there's like, if the kid becomes famous or something, like you're not allowed to then change your mind and come back. If you decide from the jump that you're not trying to be part of the kid's life, then let it stay like that, and then it's fine. I don't feel the need for forcing someone to be a part of my kid's story. That's my chat.
Take.
I also feel like if the mother wants to have the baby, and this is in the case if AB is allowed, I would say that okay, then if the mother is afforded the ability to abandon all responsibility, then I feel like the father should also be given that same right. Basically, I would see it as a right to basically not take responsibility for the child as well if it's born.
Godfather.
Okay. Hi guys again. Listen, a majority of all the offspring that are born, they are born not out of love, but out of the selfish reasons for a lady or for a woman, because they then think Uti, that they wanting to do XYZ should benefit them. Because if you can look, women tend to choose government assistance over having a man present in a child's life. If you can ask all the guys who are absent in their kids' life, most of them, their women are fighting them all for financial reasons only, because that's what they have learned, that the only use of a man is for him to provide financial assistance, and not forgetting that feeding and clothing a child is not raising one, that's maintaining a child. But raising a child involves two parents, which is a mother and a father, because they have two different attributes. A father instills discipline and structure in terms of the household, and hence you find a declining number in terms of marriages is because of such things. There is no structure involved. And whenever you become harsh and strict to women, it almost seems as if you are oppressing them. For now, let me put a stance on, let me put a hold on that for now.
Okay. So my take on this, right, is that I feel that there should be a discussion held even before two people become intimate in terms of what is wanted by each party. I think waiting for when there's already a pregnancy is a bit too late to have the discussion. So I really feel that we need to become emotionally connected where we can be matured enough to discuss whether or not we want a child before we hop into the sack with somebody. Because I think if that happens, we will prevent a lot of the aftermath where who wants the baby, who can keep the baby, who is not going to support the baby, like all those kind of debates and arguments and fights and ugliness that happens, because if the discussion was held before and we respect each other's viewpoints and we respect each other's choices of life, it will eliminate a lot of issues. And then we can also have kids brought into more healthier environments. Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, I think okay, let's first welcome, hi Naledi, welcome to the panel. I see Outie disappeared there. I'm not sure what happened with him. But yeah. Hi Naledi.
Signal.
Okay, Naledi's signal is playing is not nice to us right now. Naledi, face cut, don't decline. Tell us, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
Quite good. How are you?
Good.
I'm well, thanks.
Okay, good to see you on the panel. Good that you joined us. Well, my take on this is, I personally, if the situation is brought to me, I probably wouldn't force the father to be a part of the child's life if they don't want to. Because if I'm having a child, it's important that when you have a child, fair enough, you can have all the conversations you want with the partner. You can agree and have all the plans in place and you feel like you're on the same page. And then when the child is here, suddenly you're not on the same page. So I think the important thing is that as a woman, by the time you have a child, you should be ready for it, regardless of who's there and who isn't there. Number one. So I feel like as a woman, that's why it's important we have these rights. We can terminate, we can do all of this. But if you're not ready to carry this baton on your own, then rather not take it there, because with a lot of men we can hear on the panel, they saying you don't have to be there if the man doesn't want the child. So now I see Godfather saying it's being selfish. It's not being selfish. It's actually just preparing yourself for this child that's coming. It's actually selfish to have a child for the next person, to use your child as a tool to keep your relationship together. That's selfish. But saying you are ready to have that child, if that's being selfish, then so be it, eh? So be it, really. But I honestly believe that should men be forced to, I think they should be, because at the end of the day, when you were laying with this lady, you knew what you were doing. It's not like anybody tricked you into this. So you knew what you were doing. Unless if you guys agreed that you're terminating this child and you took out money for termination, and then 9 months later this woman rocks up and starts with you, then I guess that would be an exception. But for as long as you laid with this woman, then you should take the responsibility for it. I wouldn't say laws should be eased for men who are absent fathers, because already we are dealing with that chaos as it is. And a lot of men, a lot of present fathers are actually being kept as present fathers because of the law. And because if things were to get out that they are not present fathers, it would be bad, which is a good thing to a certain degree, to say at least they are there somehow. We don't know what's forcing them, but they're there. I personally wouldn't force a man to father a child for me if they don't want to. But I wouldn't support a man who ups and leaves their responsibilities just because they didn't want a child. If you don't want a child, then use condoms. There's vasectomies. There's so many options you can go for, that you are choosing to act like you suddenly men become disabled when a woman gets pregnant. Suddenly they don't have choices, but you had the choice before you laid with this woman. What do you mean you don't have choices? So yeah, that's my submission. Naledi,
Yes, yes.
can you give us your views on this?
Okay. My English might not be that good, but then I'm just gonna answer
Hey, we're not in Britain here, please. Go on.
no problem. And I'm just gonna answer the questions over here, and then I'm gonna try and like explain. On the first question, is abortion murder? On my perspective, I think it is murder. Like, I don't think it is. It is murder. One. I say this because, okay, as a woman, you decide to lay with this man, and you are entitled to say, Guti, you are entitled to say that, since we're in this together, we might as well use a protection, like you were saying, right? Okay, then probably you probably have a baby as time goes on, and you then decide that you're not ready for this child, and then you decide to terminate the child. One, on my side, I think in most cases, a person who terminates a child, like, because that's a child, that's the way that I see, whether it's small or whether it has not grown yet, it's still a child. But it does backfire at the end. Let's say, for instance, in after 25 years you get married to this lovely man who would love to have kids, and you'd also love to have kids. You're probably ready at a time, and you end up not having kids. So that's the way that I see it. It's probably murder. Then I'm gonna pass on that one. On the second one, if the father wants the baby and the mother doesn't, who decides? Ish, this one, I think it's up to the mom to decide. It's up to the to oh, sorry, please use TikTok friendly language. Okay, I do not like I don't understand TikTok language, but I'm gonna try not to use those words. Okay. But on the father side, on I think, okay, I'm just gonna say this, on I think it's the mom. who needs to decide, because she's going to be the one who is carrying the baby. So she is entitled to decide whether the father does not want the baby or whether he does want the baby. It's up to the mom to decide. Okay. So the third one, if the mother doesn't want the baby and the father, okay, the father doesn't, must he be compelled to accept the child? No, he mustn't be compelled. Okay. I understand what you were saying. What's the lady's name? I can't see her anymore. Okay, I heard you. You were saying that if you weren't ready to have a child, then why didn't you use protection and whatnot? Now I must, I feel like he's not entitled to have the child. Maybe the person might have made a mistake, or not doing follow-ups, or maybe not using protections. Um, to not get a lady pregnant, but at the same time, if he does not want if he's not ready to father someone, then he's not ready. You as a woman, you are entitled to keep the child, since you probably made a decision that you wanted to keep the child. So keep the child. Do not involve him in any manner. Raise your child. The child must only know you, most probably. And sometimes, in most cases, you find that maybe after 10 years the man wants to come father the child. Allow him to come back, because then by then he's probably ready. But if he does not want it now, do not force a child into a man's life or into a man, because that is going to give you problems. It's going to give you a heartache, and it's also going to give your child a heartache. So that's the way I see it. I'm not sure if I made sense.
No, basically, you're saying it will cause more harm than good, which I actually agree with. Actually agree with everything that you said, including the fact that termination, even if, yes, nobody's saying, I'm not chastising people who go for termination, but I do agree that it is murder.
Yeah.
Whichever way we want to look at it, it is murder. We
Mm.
have our different opinions on it, and mine is that it is murder.
Exactly. Yes, we have
I
different.
am pro choice, but at the same time, in this pro choice, I am supporting you in your murder escapades. Not that I'm now gonna call it something that it's not. It is murder
Mm.
Can
in
I
my
ask? Can I
eyes.
ask you some? Can I
But
ask you something?
yeah.
Can I ask the lady something? Like, because seemingly, when this conversation is being had, a lot of women will put like grape and I don't know medical reasons as a justification for an AB. Besides those two things, what are the reasons? Like, because it seems as though then you are an adult who's engaging in coitus, and then you just decide now all of a sudden you don't want a baby.
The reasons could be though that maybe you fall pregnant by somebody and that person does not want the baby, and you realize that you on your own are not able to do this. Then you realize that, okay, you know what? The only way is to just get rid of this problem that we are facing right now, because you know that you don't have the capacity to handle being a mother on your own. And I actually commend people who are able to stand and say, you know what, I am not able to be a mother. I cannot handle this responsibility. And if it's that you don't want a baby, then rather take precautionary measures. I'm not for this whole notion of us pushing termination as a normal thing, as if it's just, that should be your last resort. It shouldn't be your, like,
Yeah,
yeah, if
because
anything happens. I feel like that should be taken as a last resort. Again, in as much as I have respect for women who actually go through with it, I still feel like the way it's being pushed lately, as if it's like going over the counter and getting a pill. That's a lot of trauma that you're putting yourself under. That is a lot. It's not as easy as just taking a pill and moving on with your life. It's
yeah,
actually deeper
because
than
because
that.
because Nakanya, it also seems like people then realize that they don't want the baby at the time of the baby actually having been conceived. Because you know the result of engaging in smacks.
At
You
the
know
end
what?
of the day, Tao, I don't think there's, when you make an error ne, as a person, because again, as
There's no
humans, we do
mistake in
make
this.
errors. No, hear me out.
There's no mistake
You've
in
made
this.
an error now. You got too happy one night, and now you're faced with your, with. If you had to, if all your life, your life had to be molded by every single mistake that you've made, then I don't think you'd be where you are right now. There are some
No,
things that you do that you
no,
shouldn't be doing,
Kanya,
but you do them
listen.
anyway, and then
There's an
things
English
don't turn
saying
out
that
badly.
says that you can't you make your bed and then lay in it.
And
You
by
can't
taking
meditate
that,
and then eat
do you
it.
know taking the decision to terminate? I don't believe that's an easy decision to just
Why
take.
is it not easy? Why do you think it's not easy?
Okay, I just want to get on this one. I just want to respond to Tao. As much as yes, I did a mistake. I was supposed to take safety precautions before engaging with someone, but I must have not probably thought about that at that moment. Okay, based on feelings and whatever. So yes, I've done it now. Okay, me, keeping um keeping the the child is me. It's my way of having to grow up from the mistake that I made. I'm not saying a child is a mistake. No, 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 it's not. But just me having to grow up from, you know what, okay, I did something wrong and I did this and I it was very wrong of me to do. I wasn't wise enough, but that does not mean I should terminate. I should
And
just
now that you mentioned that, I
Yeah.
see Sivanati has a question here. Is it a problem that women are vocal about it? Or no, the problem is not women. For me, I don't think it's the problem is women being vocal about it. I have a problem with the way it's being punted out as a first option,
Like it's being
whereas
Yeah.
it should be
normalized.
a last resort. I
Yeah,
personally have a problem with the
that's the
way it's
sorry,
being
Kanya.
sold.
That's the annoying thing, right? Because you'll hear all sorts of things. Nothing annoys me more than someone making the argument that it's just a fetus, right? That sort of reasoning, that line of speak, it just rubs me off the wrong way. Can you please just say anything except for it's just a fetus? Because if you think about it, what is a fetus? A fetus carries human life, right? And it's like
Hmm.
I said earlier on. If now you want to diminish human life to just a fetus, that's what's annoying, right? And please, guys, be responsible enough to want to actually live to the consequences of your actions. You don't have to come here on a live and say nonsense. You want to dehumanize now a fetus. You want to refer to a fetus as if it's something that doesn't have any value.
exactly.
Because there we
It
go
has
again.
value. I agree. It has value. Absolutely, it has value. That's why, Angisha, we were talking about, like, before I get to my point, it comes back to what Legacy was saying. That before you engage with that person, you should have the conversation. But in our generation, we just do any, like, we just go into these situations without much thought of the
Exactly.
consequences, because you're in the moment, like Naledi was putting it, right? So when you are in the situation to say, oh, okay, I'm you are in that predicament where now you realize that you cannot afford to have this pregnancy, and so it becomes it's becoming normalized, where now we can just go to our nearest clinic and get it terminated. I think that the term fetus, I do agree, Jorge, like, it's more of a filler, just like how things get censored in the media to make it more like comfortable for people, and by people I mean us, because it was very what is the word, it was taboo. You don't speak about it and it's wrong. And so
Yeah,
now that
that's
it's pro, like, and because I'm also, again, I'm also pro-choice. So, but now that it's being spoken about more, right? it's
Yeah,
it's
that's the point. That's the point that I'm
For me,
making,
it's
right?
not the fact
I
that it's
don't.
being
I don't.
spoken about that's the issue. It's the manner in which it's being spoken about that is an issue for me. Now it's
Exactly.
just being taken as, oh no, back to sender. Ah, ha, ha, ha.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
It's a
it's
fun
just
thing,
like,
even.
what the hell? Like,
It's a fun thing
it's also
because
like
because
and you
because my
even
thing
see
is this,
people
guys.
posting saying, "Ukumitha mitha kodwa ungazali." I mean,
Ungazali.
what is that?
Yeah, you know, it's in the
Like,
manner
what
we
is
are
that?
going, in the manner we are handling it. It's not very graceful, but
No,
as
it's
well,
not at all.
it should be like we should be speaking about it more, and also not saying normalize. Let me say normalizing pro-choice. Not that it's wrong, Nakona, because you have a choice. Do you understand? If manje one of us would have to get raped and have a traumatic experience, God forbid, you wouldn't want to be in that situation where you're now forced to raise a reminder of that traumatic experience.
But
And also,
that's the
I'm
point
seeing here in
exactly.
the comment section saying what's wrong with normalizing it. I will tell you what, any medical procedure doesn't get normalized as much as termination does. And
Exactly.
there is a reason for such invasive medical procedures not being normalized in the first place. Why a
Exactly.
doctor wouldn't take extreme measures to take you on such an invasive medical procedure if there's ways of doing it without actually, you know, having to go through invasive processes. So
Yeah,
honestly
and like
speaking,
it is an invasive thing, and like when people are encouraging, especially when they're encouraging young women to go through with it, what's annoying is the language that they use, and also the misinformation. Like it's being portrayed as this thing that you do it and it's over and done with. There's also a post-traumatic stress that comes with it,
thank
post-traumatic
you.
depression that because it's also a thing. It's also a thing that you're going to have to live with for the rest of your life. Every year on the day when you did that procedure, your brain is going to go. It's not gonna. So if you are a young woman and you were raped, right, and you resort to an AB, it's not like after the AB then that the traumatic experience of that grape is going to go away. So it's not a solution to anything. And also the manipulation of the use of language. All of a sudden, it's now just a fit. All of this when you use because you resort to using scientific terms, it's just a fetus, it's just a clump of cells. It's all a manipulation trying to work on the brain of a woman to not think anything of it. Like it's just another procedure, go through it, you'll be fine, which is actually deceiving a lot of young women out there. It's just
Um,
it's not okay.
And
Can we
one
call
might
a spade a
argue that
spade?
going through a
It is
full
a
term
termination of
pregnancy
human
is
life. It's a
more.
termination of human life. There's
can I
nothing no
can I
one can do
enter,
about
please?
that.
Look, Tao, sorry for a moment. Can we just take this moment to allow Man on a Mission to also make his submission? He's had his mic open for the longest time.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the opportunity. I hope you, Mr. Ancient, will be able to invite me back after my submission. Yeah, uh, I think I'm gonna be hated by a lot of people after my submission, but let's give it a chance and see. Look, guys, we live in a country and there's laws, ne, that that have been implemented. It's okay. This is how we're going to govern the country. And some of these laws we might not agree with, but unfortunately, when the popo hits the fan, the lawmakers don't ask you how do you feel about this law. They say they operate based on the laws of the country. Like for example, is AB you know unaliving. According to the law, a fetus does not have rights like someone who is born, you know. As long as a person has not been born, they do not have rights that normal citizens have. Whether that is right or wrong, it's another debate. But I'm saying that's how they deal with this situation. So in that situation, you find that the question that they ask is bodily autonomy. And this goes also to the second question and the third, where they're saying, okay, no one has the right to impose anything on my body. I have the right to do what I want to do with my body. So, even if what is growing within me is a human being, then the law says that human being that is growing within you does not have the right to use your body without your permission. So I know a lot of people might say, but no, but people agreed to be intimate.
Okay, no, man, mission,
Yeah,
we are well aware of what the laws in the country are, right?
yeah,
So what we'd like to know is what is your take on it?
yeah, yeah. So basically, I tend to gravitate towards what the law is saying. Um, in order to simplify matters, where we're saying, you know what, bodily autonomy, you should have the final say on what is happening to your body. There could be a person basically, gasping for air, and all that, and then they say, "Man, the only way this person can be saved is, can he piggyback on your back, up until we get to the main road where they can get help." I I I have the right to say yes or no, type of a thing. And it might look very selfish, to be able to say that for someone who desperately needed, what I had, where I could help. But unfortunately, uh, if you violate bodily autonomy, then you open a can of worms for other things. Because then, if we violate that, then essentially, then we could say, someone can say, but I have the right to own you as my slave and tell you what to do and things like that. So it opens, look, it becomes very cruel at some point, but I think it's a safer spot to be in, where you allow people to have bodily autonomy, than where you start to impose stuff. Because as soon as you start to infringe on bodily autonomy, then the question becomes, where do you stop?
Can I ask you something on the issue of bodily autonomy?
Mm,
So a pregnant woman has autonomy over her own body, right?
yeah.
But then does she also have autonomy in over the body that's growing inside of her?
No. You want one, the 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 the, the fetus that's growing inside of her, by law, is not considered to be a human being, which is why they do not have rights. You see, you if once that fetus has been born, ne, then that woman cannot unalive that baby, because now they assume rights. They are independent. This woman does not have the right to unalive them. But in this case, that human being is growing inside this woman. So this woman has the right to say, I determine what happens in my body. So I can allow you to piggyback, for 9 months until you're born. Or I can decide, no, you're not going to piggyback on my body in order for you to be born. It's crude, but it's
So this is what I don't understand, guys. So people go out there and engage in sexual activity, and then when they're pregnant, all of a sudden now the baby is piggybacking. This is the language you choose to use. The baby is piggybacking off of some would go as far as saying the baby is leeching, which is nonsense. It's nonsensical language. It's a baby, it's a human being, it's a different life on its own.
No,
The
no,
fact
no.
that you are carrying it, the fact that you are carrying it does not take the autonomy of it. Because also when you speak of the law, the law is always subject to change based on debate and conversation,
But then the
right?
lawmakers
Because
would
the law,
ask you a simple question.
just because the law says that doesn't mean the law is correct.
But the lawmakers would ask you a question. They say, okay, if that is a human being, then why must that human being be dependent on your body to get
To
to
survive.
Man on a
exactly?
mission, this very law that you're talking about right now, ne?
Mhm.
Still also allows you the law that you're making that you're referring to. Do you realize that a burglar has more rights than you, the owner of
No,
the house? You
no,
can't
it
shoot at a
doesn't.
no, it's the truth. If you shoot, like, there's a
No,
lot that goes
no.
into it. There's you have to fire warning shots first. By the time you firing the
True.
actual
But
shot,
how is that
this
moral?
person has already either fled or they've dusted you out,
Exactly.
and
But then
they can say it was self-defense in your house.
even then,
So
can
I
when
mean,
when
No, no, no.
when
sorry,
you're talking
yeah, but
about the
then
law, that's why I was asking that we refrain. Like, we know what the laws are, but we are now talking about this on, like, just laymen. We are not lawyers, we are not what, we are laymen, because if we want to go to the law also favors whoever's lucky that day, if we're being honest.
No, it doesn't
most
favor
time
whoever is like. It's not about
It
luck. It's
does.
about evidence.
to the
It's
point
about
that is made
evidence. What you're
to the
putting
point
on the table.
And if you're not lucky enough to have all the
It's not
evidence
about
compiled,
luck.
when
It's
it no,
about it's about
hey, it's
evidence.
luck, bro. It's luck, because sometimes things
It's about
happen,
evidence.
but then sometimes things happen fast, and you don't have the evidence. Then what? How many people get put away without evidence? How many? I
Guys,
mean,
look, at
or
the end of
because
the
the
day,
evidence that
at
was
the end of the
presented let
day,
this
yeah,
person down.
look, if I want to build a house, if I want to build a house, I would be well advised to engage architects to build a house. But other people can say, "No, I know how to build a house. You put, brick and mortar and stuff like that." But if you want structure, there's something that settles the argument. If a person is sick, you need a doctor. They will be able to say, okay, ultimately this is what happens. So I'm just saying, yes, we can engage, we can talk as laymen, but when the popo hits the fan, it's not going to be how we feel about the situation. It's going to be determined by the laws of the country. The lawmakers are the ones who are going to have the last say, whether we like it or not. I know it might touch some people, the wrong way, but unfortunately, that's how it is. Bodily autonomy is the founding ground for human rights. People
but
must be able to control their own bodies.
even
Now,
the
And
Dam
person
says, okay, I don't like what these people are
Can I
saying.
pose a
Why
question?
did it? Why didn't they decide before? Why was their pull-out game so weak? Now, after they have it doesn't matter. What they're saying is that it's happening in your body, and also a lot of guys have a problem with this. Sometimes, let's say the guy wants to have the child, but the mother is saying, no, I don't want to. In that case, the guy can do absolutely nothing about it because that baby is growing inside the lady.
as it should
yeah, which is like
In
and
as
like
much as I
we know
say that
we know for a fact
termination
that
is murder, right? I don't feel any man should have the right to speak over what happens when it comes to when the child is made, because at the end of the day, men don't carry the brand.
So now, Manon,
no, but Kanya,
No, no,
Mm.
no, 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 no,
that's not fair.
Can I say
That's not
something?
But you
if
don't.
then
You don't
we
carry the brand.
Can I
if
say
we understand
something?
that we understand that we
no.
can't do anything about it. The least we can do is to actually have an opinion and actually speak our mind. The least we
Yeah,
can do is
no,
to
no,
say
no.
this is
It,
wrong.
it's
you know
fine, but
and
then
also to the point that you were making, that a baby that's in someone's stomach cannot do anything for itself to outside. The same applies if you have a baby and that baby is 1 day old or 1 week old. A 1 week old baby cannot do anything for itself. It literally could die on its own, right? But we
exactly.
do not take away the value from we
Guess
don't
what?
take away the
Guess what,
value
Dam?
of that
Guess what,
baby,
Dam?
and we still understand that it's a baby and it needs to be taken so this
Yeah.
argument of a baby in the stomach is not able to survive outside of the womb or whatever, and therefore it doesn't have any autonomy is crazy business, because
Guess
then
what? I agree with you that a
But then,
5 day old baby
Madonna,
is
you
as
did.
helpless as a baby that's growing
why is it not
within
as useless as a
me.
fetus then?
No. I'm saying both of them are as helpless, one as the other. But I'm saying the law makes a distinction. Whether I like it or not, it doesn't matter. And if push comes to shove, ne, once that baby has popped out, ne, that mother does not have the right to unalive them. Does not have the right to abuse them. But that then the law tends against, because they say you are violating the bodily autonomy of that baby.
That's why I'm making the argument that the law should then change, which is why I said the law is subject to change, and actually look at the fetus in terms of autonomy
Here's
as
another problem, guys.
yeah.
Here's another
Zama would
problem.
like to say something, guys.
Yes, here's another problem. We want to speak. I'm speaking on the issue of a father who wants to have a child. We this notion of body begging. If I had right, we want to use it. Or let me say, we are being unfair. That's a very unfair judgment, because we are then judging the males, the fathers, based on natural dictate. No one decides to have a penis and not to have a womb. It is natural dictate. And when we get to this conversation again, ladies as well, we need to be very careful of the emotional monsters that we are creating in other people. The law allows you to make any decision that you want to make with your body, but be very careful of how that decision impacts other people. That man who still wants to have, that man who has hopes of being a father, and having that hope taken away abruptly may turn out in a very negative way when it comes to emotional intelligence. You see, so we need to be very careful. The laws allow us to do as we please with our bodies, but are we ready to live out the consequences of our actions? Are we ready to live out the consequences of our actions? Now you decide you want to have sex with Zama without even using a condom. You even agree that, but you even agree, both of you, that you will not use a condom, or even if you agree that you will use a condom, the condom best, and you find Uzama being a guy who has been brought up in a good family, or and even a family-oriented person who says that I want to have a child, always been saying to you that I want a child with you, and showing the capabilities of him even being a present father. You see, once you take away that hope and that excitement and all those expectations, you might be creating a monster in him that you will not be able to handle, and not only for you, and
But
also for the fellow women.
the men.
So we must be very careful. Again. Sorry, man. I waited for you. Can you please allow me to finish, sir? Again, with all these laws in place, one of the things that we must consider is the fact that we want to be a stronger nation going forward, and we need to ask ourselves very serious and uncomfortable questions. With everything that is being allowed in our country, in our nation today, we must ask ourselves that all these laws and everything that is being allowed today, does it assist us? Does it help us in building a stronger nation, or in building us into being a stronger nation? Or will it take us 10,000 steps back? You see? And we must really think very hard about these questions, because life is not just about us now. The life that we live now also ties to the future. The life that we live now will impact generations to come. Sesingasekho thina, the generations that will come after us, they have to deal with the messes siyenza manje. Being allowed to do as we please with our bodies, and not being responsible, and then not wanting to live out the consequences. If you do not want to have a child, stay away from sex. If you don't want to have a child,
Okay.
stay away from sex.
Brother, please land your
That's it.
point, because we have other panelists who would also like to, make their submissions. But ukuthi sithi thina abantu they mustn't sleep, we mustn't indulge in coitus
Not gonna happen.
outside of marriage. That is moving weird. But anyway, Naledi
But can I
wanted to
ask Zama
submit
something,
first.
man?
Can we have Naledi submit first and you'll ask Uzama after, because
Okay.
Naledi's had her hand up in the comment section for quite a bit.
Okay. I'm seeing the ladies here. I don't know if it's the ladies and the gents that are commenting here on the comment section, and I'm quite uncomfortable over the ladies have to say such things. And by the way, and also it's the way I see it. I'm not fighting with anyone. I'm just saying what I see. Also, I'm gonna have to kind of agree with them on this. All right. I remember I had said that it's wrong to do an abortion, of which is sorry of I don't know what your word to use, guys. I'm sorry, but it's very wrong in every sense that you can think of. No matter what you say, no matter how you don't try to generalize it or what. But here's what I want to say. Okay, for instance, as a man, let's say I don't want to have a baby. Okay, fine. But not saying that I will terminate, but I don't want to have a baby. And for instance, let's say Zama says, I want the baby, so you should keep the baby. Okay, fine. If I decide to do that, regardless that I don't want the child, I'm going to be the one who's carrying the child for those long 9 months. I'm going to be going through those stages that every pregnant woman goes through. I'm going to one who's going to give birth in a very painful manner, whether it's natural or unnatural, but I'm going to be the one who goes through those things. What I'm going to ask from you, Zama, is that are you sure, since you're saying that I must keep this baby, are you going to be there for me 24/7? Let's say, for instance, it's just now, it's quarter to 12, and I want to have something for a snack, and we're probably not dating. It just happened once, and I conceived and whatnot. Are you gonna be there for me 24/7 when I want to call you and I want to cry? Are you gonna be there? Are you gonna be able to handle all those issues that I'm gonna be dealing with? Because you're the one who said I must keep the baby, so now you have to be there. You have to be here for me 24/7. After I give birth, like after a woman gives birth, a lot of things change in a woman's body. I'm then gonna say, Zama, look at my body, look at my boobs, look at my whatnot. I'm not happy about it. I kept this baby because you said that I must keep the baby. So you need to find a way to try and fix I'm just gonna say what I had. I'm not sure if it makes sense. Are you gonna
Yeah,
be
you do. You do.
like are you gonna be able to do that? Are you gonna be able to be there for me this child?
Naledi, Naledi, Naledi.
Yeah.
Just look at the stats in South Africa. Just look at the stats in South Africa.
Can you
And
give me a chance to respond? A question was dedicated to me,
Also, I just want
was
to, I just
directed
want
to
to
me.
like finish this up. So that is what I'm trying to say. I'm not arguing or like agreeing with anyone, but I'm just looking at it on other perspective as well. I think it's good to look at other things on other perspective as well. So yeah, I need Uzama to answer me, and maybe when Namonana, you can also answer.
if we consider the general the general condition that we live in our country today, the conversation might change, might take a different direction. But however, I do want to consider from person to person. Me being Uzama personally, with the mindset that I have now, uba ngiyafuna ukuba nomntwana. I would try by all means ukuthi ngikwenze konke okudingekayo, ngikusapothe in any way possible, yabona, ize iphele ijeni yethu, yabo. Umntwana azalwe. After umntwana esezelwe, I take it from there. If I have to deal with you and or even compensate you, I will do that. I have no problem with that. I will do that. Yet again, must be able to also bear the consequences zezinto of the actions esizowathatha after umntwana esezelwe. If you then say wena awufune lutho ngomntwana, you give me ngathini, unginikeza ama-rights wakho wonke, and may I be assured ukuthi you will never appear in my life again uzongihlupha ngengane senginomuzi wami, nomunye umuntu ofuna ukwakha nami, uzongihlupha ngengane uthi wena wazala ingane la kwaShabalala. It goes both ways.
Okay.
However,
But then I just
however, Naledi, I still stick with what I said. Let us remember this. This is for the building of the nation. And if you do not want to bear the consequences of having sex, and I am not speaking in the context of rape. If you do not want to bear the consequences of having unprotected sex or sex at all, stay away from sex.
Now, lady, now what I would say is, to answer your question, look at the stats in South Africa. 80% of households are single parent households.
Okay, before you continue, I'm just gonna you'll need to excuse yourself on that the law thing. Let's just try and generalize it, not put the law. Let's just get the law out of this. Not like
No, I didn't say anything about the law. I'm saying 80% of South African households are single parent households, meaning, and when you look at who are those single parents, it's women. So by far the majority of men disappear after conception. That's why we have so many households that are single parent households. So the stats are saying Zama is gonna run away. So if you're going to believe him, you are taking that risk. So there's a lot of ladies who feel, you know what, I'm not gonna take that risk. I'm going to decide what happens to my body. The reality is that a lot of men are not in their children's lives in South Africa. It's sad but true. So when the lawmakers came up with these things, they had a look at all of this. They had a look at all of this and said, you know what can we put in their hands to protect themselves?
So when a man on a mission, is it fair to judge one person on the general occasion?
No. It's not judging one person. It's to say we are empowering the
I'm
other
asking
gender.
you,
The
is it
other
fair
gender.
to be judged? That's what I'm asking you.
You know, can I also, before the back and forth, can I just also, there's something that Uzama said, ne? You made it sound like being pregnant is just a thing, Yoguti. You will just be pregnant and carry this child around, and then you just drop it one day when it's time and all of that. The reason why men, which goes back and points back to why men shouldn't have the final say, because you're already taking the I wouldn't say burden, but let me just use the word burden for lack of a better word. You're already taking that journey of pregnancy. for you to say that you just have the baby and then you give it to me and for you to speak of it that simply is already showing why men do not have the final say, because already that's to me says that you're taking this lightly and you
Kanya,
think it's just, well, it's
Kanya,
just nature. And
Kanya, stop
can I'm
this.
not finish?
Okay.
Why
No.
must pregnancy be vilified now? Why is pregnancy this awful thing that women go through?
No,
Stop
here's the
this.
thing. It's not vilify.
Because
I'm not
there are
vilifying
women who are
pregnancy
pregnant
down. Eh? Hear
willingly.
me. I'm not
Because
vilifying
now
pregnancy.
pregnancy
Heck,
is
I'm
being used
pregnant right
to
now,
be
and I will tell
something
you
that
now
is.
that is a risk that I have decided, and you didn't let me land.
Kanya,
You didn't let me land.
you are pregnant right now.
Right
Congratulations,
now,
Kanya.
Okay, okay,
pregnancy.
okay, okay.
I mean, I'm pregnant. Life. I understand. As a pregnant woman right now, I will tell you it's not easy, and I'm not vilifying it. It's been a beautiful journey, yes. But in the same token, I am fully in the know-how. I know that I'm risking my life. I know that this is life-threatening, but I'm willing to go through whatever it takes so that I can see my little person one day. But outside of that, ne, I will tell you now that pregnancy is not an easy journey for you to just be speaking of it willy-nilly. And I don't think I would be wanting to go through this because somebody else forced me to go through this. If somebody else forced me to go through this, guys, it wouldn't be an easy journey. I wouldn't be happy with this. I'd be extremely depressed. But because I chose to say, you know what, I've wanted you from before you were conceived, I'm going to have you. That's why that's what makes it somewhat bearable. But let's be honest, it's not vilifying pregnancy, but it is a huge load. It is a huge it does a lot to your body. I will tell you for one now, I mean, I've almost died twice during my pregnancy. I haven't even given birth yet, but twice I've almost died. So I will tell you now for free that men should not have a say over what I carry in my body and for how long I carry it and when I should carry it. And because you don't understand the great responsibility that comes with keeping that child inside of you alive. Because if you can just say, just carry the baby, I'll take it. To me, that tells me you don't understand what goes into it already.
Listen,
I
that was not my stance. There's a question there. Is it murder or not? And the answer is very simple. Yes.
Yes,
Right.
it's murder. Like I said, I believe
Exactly.
it is murder, but at the same
That is
time, I am
the
pro-choice.
stance that is the stance that I am bringing forward, right?
Kanya, Kanya, this is my
And as I
argument.
made it clear earlier, okay, you can go, big guy.
Can I ask you this?
Sorry. Kanya. This is my argument, and I'm in no way disputing that there are some things, or I may not even know about pregnancy, about the depth of pregnancy, and what women go through in pregnancy. However, this seeks to take away a father's right to be a parent. Let us remember ukuthi ingane ayenziwa umuntu oyedwa, yenziwa abantu ababili. By the virtue of conception,
In whose
uhlangana
body?
isperm neqanda.
In whose body?
Ngicela ungimele man. Ngicela ungimele, ngiyakulinda, ngicela ungimele. Ngicela ungimele. Ngiyazi ukuthi unolwazi probably better than me, but ngicela ungimele but um I was saying umntwana wenziwa abantu ababili. The moment kuhlangana isperm neqanda okusuka endodeni kusiya enganeni, abantu abafani. I'm speaking on abantu abafana nami. We are ngathini, we have an emotional attachment to whatever that comes from us iya kumuntu wesifazane. We understand ukuba yimbewu yethu leyana, and we want to see it through. Sifuna ukuyibona ikhula. In as much as singenalwazi olungako nge-pregnancy and the journey of nina abantu besifazane carrying children for 9 months, but can we please be allowed to be fathers?
No one is
Please.
preventing you from being a father. Just because mina ngikhipha isisu doesn't mean wena awuzi ukuba ngubaba. Usengaya wena uyolala nomuntu that actually wants what you want and you will be a father. In fact, men can impregnate 7 women in one day. You have that
But
freedom,
again,
you have that autonomy. Nani
but again,
It's
when I can, but
determinating.
again, when I can, i-pregnancy okanye i-pregnancy engizoba nayo no sis Naledi, that does not disconnect me from ingane lena ebenginayo nawe. This is what I'm getting to. Even if you can decide ukuthi wena awufuni ukuyigcina le ngane, let's take ama-health complications aside. Kube nje i-personal choice yakho ukuthi wena nje awuziboni uwumama, wena awufuni ukuyigcina le ngane. At least ke be very careful in terms of the way that you handle it. Be very careful and umprepare nalo mjitha lona ukuthi ayazi lento lena futhi akwazi nokuyamkela. You can't just do it willy nilly and say this is my body. Uzama
You know,
uzozibona and uzama is gonna find out 10 years later ukuthi actually benginengane noKhanya and you know ukuthi uzama unjani ney'ngane zakhe and it's gonna find out ukuthi benginey'ngane noKhanya. That will drive him crazy. And
but
will
it's
you
my
be
body.
able to live with that now?
Lalela Zama, let me tell you,
Can
one
I
time
come
that a
for a
woman
second?
is allowed to be selfish, let me tell you, is during pregnancy. Yabona i-pregnancy yona,
Aha,
as indoda I don't
aha.
think indoda iyafuneka ekuphawuleni when it comes to pregnancy. As indoda, your job is to support your woman when if she's gonna continue. But when it comes to all other major decision making, I don't wanna lie to you. And it's
Ngiyakuzwa
like
lokho okushoyo
you
Khanya.
shouldn't
Yet
be saying
yet
anything.
yet mina uvula amehlo.
Akumelanga vele indoda iphawule ekutheni kwenzakalani
Lalela,
emzimbeni
lalela.
womfazi because
Ngiyakuzwa lokho okushoyo.
okokuqala
Ngiyakuzwa lokho
awuyizwa
okushoyo.
lento lo muntu lo
Guys, I had my hand
ayitholile.
Ngiyakuzwa
up.
lokho
Can I
okushoyo.
add, please?
But
Okay,
ngiyakuzwa lokho
ngicela
okushoyo
sizi
Khanya.
Legacy. Can we hear what Legacy has
Now,
to say?
sorry. My last comment on this issue. Khanya, ngiyakuzwa lokho okushoyo. However, I'm saying to you, be aware that leyo freedom of you having a choice and umuntu wesilisa angabi ne-choice. Lawo ma-choices ozowenza at that time and lawo ma-selfish choices ozowenza at that time, they have consequences and most of those consequences are negative. So be ready mawusa enjoy ukwenza lawo ma-selfish consequences at that time to live
I
out
can promise you
those
it's not coming from a
consequences.
place of enjoyment when a person decides to terminate. I don't know, but I highly doubt it comes from a place of enjoyment. Ukuthi yazini namhlanje ngofaka isicefezana sami maqeda
I, I,
terminator. I
no,
highly doubt that's how it takes place. But
enjoyment
can we allow
undine enye
Legacy to
mistake,
submit?
enjoyment undine enye mistake,
Okay, so as
enjoyment
I
undine
was
enye
going to
mistake.
say, is that I definitely think these discussions need to happen before people lay with each other so that we can avoid this back and forth and the right of the father and the right of the mother and who's got the say. And it needs to be a mutual agreement before two people even get together. You need to understand each other and you need to know why you are doing what you are doing together. And hopefully it is in marriage and not out of wedlock, because that I think also causes more of the complication. The second thing that I want to say is that these terminations have been around forever and mostly done backdoor. Lots of lives have been lost and there have been lots of dangers to it. So whether it's legalized or not legalized, it's still going to happen. But there's the dangers to it. And that is what we need to look at. When somebody says if a woman is raped and they must still be forced to carry that child, I think you need your
That's
head
not
read
true. That's not true.
because it is so traumatic. Imagine having to still have 9 months of that and still look into a child's face of a man that stole from you. You cannot put
Guys,
that on
Pregnancy is
anyone.
only
is the
like. Can I just
termination
add to
going
what
to
you're
make
saying,
it
Legacy?
better though?
Pregnancy is something you can only do out of love, but wait, if you're doing it from a place of if you're under duress, I can tell you now for free, it's not nice.
Yes.
You can't be doing pregnancy under duress. It needs to be something that you are 100% sure about, and it needs to be something that you're saying with your when I'm doing this. come hello high waters, I'm willing to deal with whatever storm comes my way. But it shouldn't be something that you're doing under duress, because it is a huge thing to carry. And unfortunately, in as much as we want to decorate it and say, oh, but you need to talk about these things, you need to, hey, you need to. Sometimes, guys, people, you find yourself in a situation where you fucked up. You fucked up. Who has never fucked up?
Can I ask you a question, Kanye?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you get raped today and you find out you are pregnant. Is the termination therefore going to relieve you of that traumatic experience?
It's not going to relieve me of the traumatic experience of the rape itself, but it's going to assist me not to have to deal with all the things that comes with pregnancy. Because yes, you can say we are vilifying, we are doing what, but Oksalayo, it's not an easy walk. It's not an easy journey.
Yeah, and
I will tell you for free, Nje, it's pregnancy is not something you can just say, no, I'll do it. And for men who say that women carry a person for 9 months to spite them, I find that like you've got to be quite the spiteful person to be able to make that commitment just to spite somebody else, hey?
exactly.
Mina,
And I
Another
just
Mina,
point,
okay.
another point that I wanted to, sorry guys, another point that I wanted to also add on is that there was mention of how many single mothers there are. And if the termination was the easiest and the quickest thing for everybody to go to, there wouldn't be so many single mothers. So I don't know why we're making it out to be the first go-to, because it's not. I think there's certain individuals that do opt for that, but it's not like okay, we're making it a fashion statement.
Thank you, Legacy.
I just want to say something before I drop down on the
Okay.
panel. It's all to the gents. Gents, carrying a baby is not as easy as you guys think it is. It's not easy for the 9 long months. Probably sleeping on sides, not having to sleep with your stomach, probably having
As we speak, I'm sitting upright because I can't lie down. But
having
anyway,
having
continue.
having big noses, having a big feet, having all those things, and having imagine, yes, guys, can I tell you something that maybe
The big nose is cute,
yes,
Jay.
if a
The
baby
big nose
moves
is
inside
cute.
your, if a baby is moving inside your stomach, it's quite painful sometimes. It depends on how the baby is moving.
Our big nose is not cute if you now look like your father, okay? Trust me.
It's not easy. So,
No.
guys, you gents need to understand that having it, like carrying a child on its own, it's not easy. It's a matter of life and death.
And it's not something in Paula Guyu. And I mean, I realize this now
I
that before I was pregnant, I knew nothing about pregnancy as
You
a
still,
maybe
woman.
you
maybe
still have your
maybe
full
Sis
tip,
Kanya.
Kanye.
Maybe Sis
Yeah?
Kanya.
You still have your full tip.
And being
Yeah, I still have my full teeth, but I've had other complications that I've had to deal
Sorotau.
with.
Imagine how cute
Sorotau.
you would look with just one tooth missing.
Oh, I saw the. Oh,
This
no.
you
this
see, so
conversation
I
is
just
very
wanna
personal for Kanye.
I'm sorry, Nana.
Very.
I just
Okay.
Yeah, of course,
This
every conversation is personal for me. Hey?
this conversation is
No,
very personal for
this one in
Kanye, and
particular.
that's
Guys, now
probably
you're judging me. Every
no,
day.
No,
And
we're
you
not.
know
We're
what?
not.
When is
no,
Paul
the
we're not
laugh.
time when I'm
judging
Paul
you.
not
laugh.
No,
accused
no,
of
we're not judging you.
taking a conversational
No,
person? Every day on this live, I'm accused of taking a conversation
I
person.
told
you
you, it's
know
the hormones. It's the hormones.
now now you when you mentioned that you're pregnant, that has made me understand why I can't penetrate your mind, and I'm putting my guns down now. However, I
So
do
you're
want
saying
to
I'm
say
not
to you,
speaking sense because I'm pregnant? Is that what you're saying?
no, no. I'm saying you can't understand anything that I say because of you are faced with
But who
this.
told you I don't understand anything that you say? I mean, I understood the part where you said you should ask me if I understand what you're saying, because I will tell you what I understood from what you said. You mentioned that when women are carrying out this process of terminating, we need to be mindful of the fact that it will affect somebody else, and how that person reacts and how it affects that person is a big thing, and it doesn't just affect you as the person who decided to carry out the termination. Did you not say that?
I did.
So then what do you, so you think I don't understand English?
Hey, attack,
I,
attack. Stop it
let me
I'm
leave
already.
it.
asking.
Let me leave
I'm
it.
asking. No,
Guys,
no, me not the
Do
only
I
issue.
wanted
Like
do you
again, I said,
do you, do you,
I said my only issue with what you had said. I also specified my only is that men should is that portion you will speak about um carrying a human life as if it's something in. You understand? That is my only issue. Which oh no, you'll just carry the child and I'll take it. Do you think anybody can just carry a child
no?
and then after
If
9 months say,
if
meet that?
Kenya, who's this next to
if I
you?
made it if I
Tata
made
will
it
text
sound
me.
like that, if I made it sound like that, so sorry, legacy. If I made it sound if I made it
I
sound
I,
as if
I
I'm
wanted to say
belittling your experiences as women, that was
there
not my
was someone in the
intention.
comment section who was spreading misinformation that life doesn't begin at conception. I wanted to show him in the medical textbook that it does begin at conception because we were having a whole conversation in the comment section because he believes it begins at birth.
Okay,
But
my
Now you're
brother.
going to show us the textbook.
Okay, my brother.
Okay, but it does. Okay, so that's how you show us. Okay, but it does again. What you're speaking to your point, it does begin at conception. Again, I'm
uh,
not in the business of shaming women who terminate. Can I just put it out there? I am not in the business. But for me, as Ukanya, termination is murder for Ukanya. If my friend says, "Hey, friend, I'm in a fix. I need you to accompany to terminate," Lalela, I'm behind that person 100%
With
because
the
they need my support.
shuffle and the spade.
Exactly. But it's not
Who of
something
you
that any
ladies here
of my
has a
friends will
son?
have to worry about supporting me about because it's something I will not be doing because I do not believe in it. I
Legacy,
believe it's murder.
legacy. Do you have a
Yes.
son?
Yes, I have.
How old is he?
He's 30 years old.
40,
30.
30.
Yes.
Okay. Tanya, do you have a son?
Hi, well,
No.
Kenya told you a situation.
This is my first kid. I'm the same age as okay. I'm just 2 years older than Legacy's first son.
Okay. No, 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 no. Ngingenelana, the conversation was already going and Kanya was already speaking. So I didn't hear that this is her first pregnancy.
Oh,
This is
okay.
what I wanted to say. My parting shots in this discussion.
Okay, can I also just add on quickly? Kenya, I think we also need to we must stop being unfair because before we know it, these men are going to be forced to carry children. So we must.
They will die. They will die. I'm telling you, they won't handle this.
My parting shots on this on this discussion, and I so wish that you ladies can also hear me or hear us just as I understand everything that you just said. Um, it's all well and good, and we understand that at that time you have a choice, you have a right to make a choice. However, Kanya and you legacy, think of it again like this. When your sons or your brothers get faced with this situation, how will you feel? How will it affect you? Will you be happy to see your sons being faced with this situation, being treated like this, and being dismissed in such a manner? That is
I
just a
would
parting shot.
understand. I would
Uh,
understand that. Hi, Gantine. Okay, I would understand that if my brother is faced with this kind of situation, Zamane, I would understand the fact that this person, in fact, I would advise him to leave that person and go and be with somebody that actually wants the baby that they want. But I wouldn't now take this moment and villainize the lady who decided they can't go through with this. Because again, first trimester, it's not a joke. You're there trying to make it to
when
work.
you
That time you're there, that time you're not even supposed to be announcing the
when you
pregnancy. Number the
delusionize
pregnancy as Bonagalisha. No, I'm letting you know
when
that
you
some people
delusionize his feelings, or will you comfort him?
I
Will you
won't
delusionize his
delusionize his
feelings?
feelings,
Will you
but I'll make
dismiss
him
his
understand.
feelings, or will you comfort him?
I would comfort him while conscientizing him to the fact that it is not him that has to carry this child. I will remind them that, but this person didn't do you dirty by making this decision. This person did you a favor, actually, because if this person already felt this early on that they can't go through with this, then they're giving you an opportunity to actually do this with somebody that wants this.
Yeah,
It's
no.
not like being left with a physical child now that you didn't plan for. What men do is worse than what women do, and we wanna try and water it down and make it seem like women are also just as much of a villain as a man is. No, we're not. We're not, because
But to
again,
make it sound as if, this is automatic. Um, um, just because general amadoda ayayishiya ingane, you make it sound as if even with your brother, ngathi le nto leyo is an on and off switch. You just say to him, switch it off. This is how you switch it off. Switch it on here. This is how you switch it on here. Um, 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 that is that that is a problem for me.
Man on a
But
Mission just posed
it
a
is what
very
it
good
is.
question here, Zama. When would you force your daughter to have a child by his or her boyfriend? By her, yeah, by her boyfriend, yeah, yeah.
But I think there's
I
a
won't. I
difference.
wouldn't allow my child. I wouldn't allow my child to have an abortion. I will stand. I will stand. I will stand by my child and help her throughout, whether the boy is there or the boy is not there. In the next if he gets pregnant engashadanga, useso one, and that will be my grandchild.
And Tech is saying murder is the most villainous thing that one can do. No, in this case, I don't believe it's a villainous thing to do. I personally wouldn't do it again, but I do commend women who can see that, okay, you know what, I don't have what it takes to be a mother, and decide, you know what, let me end this before I start traumatizing a whole human being. Or if they, because again, on this earth, guys, Mina, I still also beg the question, what are we doing here? Why on earth are we here? But hey, anyway, that's a question for another day. But we're already living in a traumatic world. So to come and bring something that you know fully well you will traumatize is worse than actually just ending with it.
LG says we must ask if he's married and if his side girl gets pregnant. So, and I think I was gonna say something, but now it slipped my mind. The importance of these debates is to really, I think we need to get to a point of knowing ourselves.
Mm. Like, I personally wouldn't change the laws on this, right? However, in the same token, when I say I wouldn't change the laws in terms of termination and all of that, I feel like the laws are perfectly fine as they are. But I think we as people need to exercise our own um brain cells as well when we are doing these things. It can't be,
Absolutely.
you can't rely on the fact that, but it's legal. Just because it's legal doesn't mean it's good for you. Consuming the consumption of corn is legal, but that doesn't make it good for you. The consumption of, there's a lot of things. I mean, smoking is legal, drinking is legal, but that does not make it good for you.
Totally.
So, in as much as things are legal, you need to exercise the discernment for yourself as an individual to say, is this what I want for myself? I would rather prevent getting to that stage. If you want to terminate, then go ahead by all means. If you feel you can't, you're not ready, and the child is here already, by all means terminate, as long as it's still within the legal time. But also, when we are normalizing some of these things, can we look at, does it actually really benefit us the ways in which we want to behave like it does? Because to me, I would think taking prevention is what will benefit you more than going under that table, having all the weird things done to your body and all of that.
Yeah.
Is it beneficial, really, really? Because yes, there's patriarchy, there's men making a noise on one end, women making a different noise on the other end. But at the end of the day, is it good for you as a person? Is it good for your psyche? Is it good for your physical?
Wait,
Is it good
sorry,
for you, your hormonal
Ghana.
balance? Is it good for you to do? Is it something that we should be punting, like getting an, because even when you get a plan B pill,
I wanted to
you
ask
get,
you.
there's a questionnaire that you ought to fill. You can't get a plan. Okay, I'm not sure. There's a period of time that you can't get a plan B pill more than twice or whatever within a certain period, which is why
The
they insist that the woman comes and fills the questionnaire before they get given the plan B pill.
But I wanted to ask you, right? If you agree that it's life, how is 73 million children acceptable to all for the sake of what you are mentioning now? 73 million.
Again, like what I was saying, to say, in
And
as
you
much
you
as
said
these
it's
things
not
are
evil,
legal, in as much as these things are legal,
but
can
you
you
said
look at, is it good
it's
for
not
you
heinous.
as an individual? Okay, before we start preaching, yeah, yes, if God sends me a gift, I'll send it back. Before we start making such things, can we look at it holistically and not just look at it as a point to spite men or as a one up on men? Because yes, you've now felt you've one up that man by terminating his seed. But what is it doing to you?
But I'm asking you, right? You said my comment when I said it's the most heinous or most
Oh,
evil thing that a
yes.
human can do. I'm
Again,
asking
I
you,
wouldn't say it's a heinous thing to do. I wouldn't take it as far as saying it's a heinous thing to do, because bringing a
murdering.
person to this world to traumatize them is even more heinous than just removing
Then
them.
how do you know that?
How do I know that? I know I don't have the I know I don't have the capacity to be a mom. So what do you
Do
mean?
you,
How do I know that?
wait. Do you think so? We should just off all poor people because they are suffering. Would that be doing them a service?
I never spoke of poverty. I spoke of trauma.
No, you were saying it takes away their suffering to take them out of this life. So shouldn't we apply that then to
But
living
suffering
people
is
as
not
well?
only subject to poverty. There's different kinds of trauma. We have
Okay,
people
but
going to therapy trying to heal from their parents today.
but by your logic, we should off those people as well.
No, they're already here.
No, but what's the difference then? You said okay, it's a good thing to actually off them because they are going to suffer. You don't see it as a heinous thing. So why do you see it as a heinous thing
I
when it
don't.
comes to
If you
living
feel like
people?
you can't mother a person properly and you decide, you know what, I'm not going to take on this responsibility because I can't do it, I think that's commendable, to acknowledge the fact that you can't go through with this.
And then off them.
Yes, it's your choice.
Do you see how that doesn't really make sense? You saying that it's not a heinous thing, it's a good thing. It's a good thing for you. It's not a good thing for the child who's
No,
not
she's not
alive.
saying that.
I didn't say it was a good
She's
thing, but I said,
against termination.
You
However,
you said you would commend the person as if
yes, I
it's a
would,
good thing.
because you're acknowledging that you can't carry this on. But if it's now your go-to guide every day when you are there, every 3 months you're at a termination
So
clinic, then there's
if
problems.
if you are saying I will commend that person, it means you are saying it's a good thing. You commend them for doing it.
no, she commends them for the action that they've taken.
I thank you.
Not the
I
deed
commend
that
them
was,
for acknowledging
yeah.
where, because there's a lot of too many people are proceeding with this without fully, grasping what it actually entails. And then when
So
the
it's
child is here, the child has to suffer for the actions that you took. You decided you didn't want to terminate, and now you're making this child suffer by, yeah, you just like your father, yeah, like those kinds of, just the trauma that you're going to put this
so
child
I'm
under.
trying to understand still. Is it a good thing or is it a bad thing to do it?
For me, I don't say it's a good thing or a bad thing. I say it's something that is your choice as an individual. For me, I wouldn't do it. But if somebody else needed
How
my support
how
to
can
do
it
it, I would
how
support
can it
them.
not? But wait, we can put this to the test, right? Would you do this to a 1-year-old? Because my reasoning is, if you say that this is a living human being, then how can you say it's not a good thing or a bad thing? But if you apply the same logic to a different situation, then it becomes a good thing or a bad thing.
I think what she is saying is that
Do
she's not saying that the deed is right. However, if somebody is in a position where they cannot or will not be able to
But does it mean
rear
it's
that
good?
child or they won't have the support, she will support their decision, not their act, but their decision.
Yeah, but I mean, she
Thank you,
said it's not
Legacy.
a good, but she was saying it's not a good or a bad thing. But if
But
we
that's
apply this,
exactly what I'm telling you. That's why she's saying that.
but I mean, it should be good or bad because if we
No,
apply
it's a
this
lot
thing,
more
Oh,
nuanced
you
than that,
wanting an
Tech.
answer out of
It's
something
a
you're not
lot
going
more
to get.
nuanced than that,
what,
unfortunately. In as
Yeah.
much as you want a specific answer out
what,
of me, you're not going to get the specific answer
what
you're looking for.
can I ask you? What is the nuance that you can't answer? What is the nuances that is so
I just
difficult to answer?
explained it in full.
Oh, okay. It's past 12. Is it past 12?
Hmm.
I think we
Yes.
must call it a night. Where's Ancient?
But I believe I have just mentioned it. If you don't understand it based on my explanation, then, sir, I do not know what to say to you any further. Because I think I did
Okay.
mention that I'm not for the way it's being punted as a first option. I mentioned that. I don't know if you heard me or you chose not to
Yeah,
hear
but I
that part.
mean, still 73 million babies. That's basically almost the G word, but I'm not
Yeah,
going
but
to
why are
use
you
that.
making it Kenya's problem now?
Did I terminate these 73 kids, guys? These
No,
It's
73
the
coming
million.
for
reason,
you.
Ah,
the
but
reason,
I'm
wait,
carrying my potential
the, the,
Meristobes
the reason,
clients. Okay.
I'm not,
Mina, please don't start me. Mina, I'm carrying my potential
I'm
Meristobes
not making
client.
it
My
your
Meristobes
problem.
client is
I'm
still
just
kicking.
mentioning
So
the fact that because people have a stance on, I don't have a say of it. Okay, it can happen, whatever the other person chooses. Because we allowed it as other humans, we need to also take responsibility for
Yeah, but you
what
can't
is happening.
force your
why must I take
beliefs down somebody
responsibility for
else's
you? If
throat.
you want to terminate, here's the thing when I take, ne? If I feel I can carry a certain load, that doesn't mean that I must feel that you can carry it too. If I see that you're struggling with this load and you can't carry it, you just can't. Does that
Okay,
make me a bad person to acknowledge the fact that, okay, Tech is realizing that he can't carry this load?
okay.
Support him
But
in
can I ask you?
taking down this load.
Can I ask you something? Should we have laws? Should we tell people what to do because we believe that it's wrong? Should laws exist?
Those should
Laws
exist.
definitely need to exist.
That's
Okay.
why that's why I'm saying that the laws as they stand when it comes to termination, I would not change a thing.
But then again, 73 million, and you just told me that I can't tell people what to do and people should have the choices. But yet we have laws that tell people what to do.
But it's
And
just like I said earlier, whether we have the laws or not, people are still going to do what they have to do. And the only
Exactly.
thing is they're going to do it backdoor and we're going to lose more lives.
but I
So
mean,
would you
people.
rather have them have the dignity of making a choice and doing it legally? Or would you want them to go into a back room where
I
there's
would
no
want.
cleanliness or like, I mean, you have to choose a box.
I would want it to be unlawful because the law for
But
against.
even
The,
if
So,
it's
okay, tell me one
unlawful,
thing, Tick. Let's say this is your sister. Let's
wait,
say
wait.
you're not working,
The,
you're
the,
all unemployed
let
at
me.
home. Ne?
I just
No,
wanna quickly answer
I wanna
legacy.
give a scenario. Let's
The
say you're
way,
all not
let
working
me,
at home,
I just quickly,
right?
because Legacy was just stating something. I was trying to say to Legacy, right? Laws also still exist against rape, murder, and all these other heinous things, but they still happen. That's not really an excuse to say that, okay,
Okay, but can I bring it home for a bit,
okay,
right? Let me create this scenario. Let's say at home you're all, let's say this person who do you believe, okay, let me first ask this question. Do you believe that a person who's terminating their life should be at risk? Or do you
who's,
believe that they should just go away without dignity just because they chose to terminate?
who's terminating their own life?
No, let's say I'm choosing to terminate my fetus right now, right?
Mhm.
Do you believe that if I die under that knife, I deserve it?
If you die while doing it,
Yes.
would I say you deserve it?
Would I? Yes.
I wouldn't say you deserve it, but I mean, if it happens to you,
Would
then
you advocate for that kind of lifestyle to say no? Because people are still going to do it regardless. And let me bring it home. Let's say you have a sibling, an older sister, and all of you at home are not working, and this person is the breadwinner at home. They fall pregnant, and now they realize that because of this load at home, I can't handle another child. Let me rather terminate this child. Do you not think that that person should be able to do so with some kind of dignity?
no, honestly, no.
Okay,
Yeah,
no. So
I don't
basically, your
believe.
stance on this is that it's wrong. It shouldn't be done,
Yes,
and
because my
you're
point
very
is right.
entitled to that stance.
My
But your
my
problem now is you are trying to strong arm me into
no,
saying
but
it's wrong along
Tanya,
with you.
Tanya. My point is right. If we apply your ideology or way of belief onto another situation when it comes to when the baby is born, it doesn't really hold up.
No, it
Guys,
shouldn't hold up in that case because that's not the conversation at hand here. The conversation is before this person sees the light of day. And even so, there is a time limit to when you can terminate and when you cannot terminate. You can't terminate past a certain, I think it's 12 weeks or something, but you
I
can't
think it's
terminate past that.
7
Kanya,
months to end the life.
guys, yo, guys, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You just heard my voice, now. Yeah, I'm coming back from sleep, and I have to
Yeah.
go back there.
Okay,
You all
okay.
know, I said it earlier that I wasn't feeling well, so I'm still recovering. But yeah, thank you guys.
Oh,
We'll
what's wrong, Mr. A?
I don't know whether it's fever or flu. I don't know what I'm dealing with.
Umitisile.
Oh, shame.
Yeah.
Umitisile.
Ish, whatever. Yo.
Whose
But
daughter did you impregnate?
thanks for the conversation.
Is that this
Okay.
conversation? Usually, somebody's
Have a
daughter
good
Bye.
one.
impregnated. Go find out. Anyway,
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, this conversation went it really went wild today. I know it keeps getting wild, I know that. So guys, if you're listening in the comment, thank you for joining. We do this every day, 8 p.m. Let's do it again tomorrow. Kanya, I saw you joined a bit
Bye.
late. You joined when the conversation actually had stirred up and everything. So yeah,
yeah, I
that's it.
did.
The chances are we might have the same board. I know we exhausted it, so it just depends on how I see it during the day. We might have the same board before by tomorrow, otherwise just to be something else. But we still
Can we
need to
keep the same board? I feel like this board hasn't been exhausted properly.
Uh,
because you came late. Okay, no problem. I'll have it tomorrow.
Oh, I came late.
You came very late. You came late.
I
I
need
know.
to know you have moderators removing us. What must we do now? Eh,
And that
now I
time when
must be
I
sitting. Eh?
and that time you are a moderator too.
Yeah, but your moderators, your new moderators are busy removing us, muting us, doing like they just and they allow men to make all sorts of bizarre
very
points.
biased.
But the moment a woman comes through and says something that opposes a man, you are muted, you are removed. I can't. I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Ancient, I can't sit and deal with that. So if
More reason.
please get moderators who are fair, please.
That's why you must come. Don't you believe you are fair?
Oh,
If you believe you are fair, you must come a bit early. Guys, let me go back to
As
sleep.
if you believe you are fair.
it's
Your moderators are discouraging me. I don't wanna lie.
Yeah, scare. Don't worry, I'll give you a hug. I'll see you in the morning.
Oh,
Let me
bye.
All right, guys.
bye.
Bye,
Good night,
everyone. Thank you.
everyone.
Do it again tomorrow. Thank you. Bye, bye. Yeah, everyone. Bye, guys. Bye.